Okay, we're recording. Always gotta double check. There we go. They had a sale today. Buy 4, get 2 free. So yes, I carried 9 liters of Coca-Cola here today. It's very heavy. In one bag. I have some ibuprofen. Okay, more progression today. What are we doing? I have prioritized bigger cauldron unlocks and season locked regions. Honestly, I think both of these will be done before noon. I'm gonna be really honest. They're both very, very easy to do. I think the only complicated aspect of the bigger cauldron unlocks is I don't know what to lock them behind. I have a couple ideas. Number one, and I think the best idea, is to lock it behind discovery. So to prototype, it doesn't have to be balanced, but to prototype a quick UI panel that can be opened to see how many ingredients you are fully knowing, and to use that number as a method of unlocking that progression. And I think that will actually take more time than setting up the unlocking of the bigger, because I think it's just handled in the alchemy table. I really just think it's an integer. So I can just, move that integer to, I don't know, the game instance, or I could just even keep it here. It doesn't really matter. I think. I don't see it. You know what it might be? Is in... Wait, is Cauldron a separate blueprint? It might be here. Or not. This is really, really old code that we're looking at. Was added. It's right here. That's all it is. So yeah, I could just expose this to a... I could move this over to a variable in the game instance. It doesn't really matter. It should be doable. I legitimately think changing this integer harms the... Like, it would cause no bugs. Changing it between 2 to 5. So we could do it. And this is the only checker for that. So that's very doable. Yeah, I'll just set it up. Okay. I know where it's supposed to be. I know where I want to store the information. We'll just do it. How do I want to modify that, though? Maximum ingredients in Cauldron. Almost absent. How you doing? You were the first one here today. How does it feel? Speaking of, let's check on Microscape. I probably ran out of energy. Mining iron. 32. 8 hours. Okay. I will cheat myself some additional time because I can do that. And as you all know, I'm very ethical, so I will abuse my power when I have it. Imagine somebody uses that in the future. Against me, they'll say, I don't believe you'll be ethical. I think you will add NFTs and blockchain And loot boxes because you cheated in Microscape. Alright, let me go cook this shit up. Where are we going? Where's Lumbridge? Here's Lumbridge. Give me some so I won't tell anyone? I don't know if I can give you some. You'd have to earn channel points. I actually don't think that I can specifically give you time. And I can't give you channel points. If Ken comes here, I'll ask him if there's some other ways. Like maybe you could redeem feathers. But you already earned time in the game by watching the stream. Holy shit, there are so many people here. Oh my god. Rumsize and I are both here. There's Kent. Oh my god. So many people. What are they even doing over here? Oh, they're chopping trees. Yeah, I've been doing that in OSRS lately. Used too many channel points on moans. You did it to yourself. Okay, maximum ingredients in Cauldron. This can be put in core. Well, yeah, it's fine. And then we'll make a function for this. Get maximum ingredients in Cauldron. Game instance. Just lower this to like max ingredients. Make it shorter. Okay, that's an easy one. So I'm trying to think. Do I want to increment or do I want to set? Setting would be a little bit less malleable, but it's also a prototype, and I know exactly when this will be given. Some weirdos in chat would try to tell me not to do it this way, but honestly, this is the right way to do it. Some people are very obsessed with me doing things the right way for a prototype. And just wasting so much time. But I don't blame them. I think that when you're in a professional position, it's very hard to like switch your brain, which is one of the reasons I was really bad at making anything prototype, because I was obsessed with doing things the most efficient, like the best way, the way that would be the most scalable, making everything as modular as I could. And it's also why I never actually ended up making anything that extensive, because I could never just let go and say, you know what, this is fine. This is fine. They're a compact node. That looks better. Yeah, I know why that was up there. This looks better. Okay, now theoretically what this should do is limit us to only putting 2 ingredients in the cauldron. A very, very simple update. Easy. It would be nice if up here where it says ingredients in cauldron it showed the maximum allowed. Also very easy to do. I don't want to update it on tick. Because here's the thing, if I like bind a function to the text here, that will update every tick, which is okay in some scenarios, especially like health bars, right? Because they're always going to be visible, they're already always updating each tick. It's not a big deal. But the player doesn't always see this panel, but it is always in the game. So I just kind of don't want to do it that way. Even though it's just updating text. I'll just make sure to call this function. Update maximum, or update title text or something. Wrap this with a horizontal box. Fill. Don't fill. Color and opacity. A little bit of padding on the right. I don't know. 10 maybe? 20's fine. This will be max. Some number. T max ingredients. Get set text. To text string. Append. Hard code it, speed and efficiency. Speed, speed, speed. Yeah, and on this I will do get widgets of class. Cauldron ingredient panel. Get validate. That'll work. Okay, I want to make a UI panel for the player's discovery progress. I hadn't anticipated on doing this, so I don't yet know what keybind I want to put this on. Let's call this discovery progress. This will be super simple. And like I said, it's going to be unbalanced, so it won't take you that much discovery in the prototype to unlock the highest level of Cauldron. You know, of course, once we have more ingredients, we can scale that up. But we don't have that many ingredients at the moment. I actually don't know how many. We have a little over two. We have like 2.5 pages on the ingredient shelf. The ingredient shelf is 4 rows of 9. So 36 times 2.5. We have almost 100, we have like maybe 90-ish. So I think maybe just putting it to like 20 or 25 would be good enough. And I think that we can make this pretty simple. My thoughts are, if we have the shit here, it's easy for me to get data, right? Because we store information of how many ingredients the player knows fully and to what extent the player knows that. So we can almost show... I could do a few things. Initially, I was just thinking like a progress bar, right? A little bit big for scale, but you guys get the picture, right? And we have like little rewards here. So we start with 2 ingredients that the player can put in the cauldron. Maximum of 5, so we have 3 unlocks. So we can do something like this, right? Where at... Cauldron... plus 1, right? And then we have the same thing here, and same thing here. Just showing again that we want to tie some rewards to these discovery tiers. And then this is a progress bar, right? And then we can show like the number or something. I don't know, up here. Doesn't really matter. You get the picture. We could also show a... Because there's a lot of screen space that we can use here. This is not taking up very much at all. We could do a separate panel maybe down here with... like total ingredients or fully known ingredients out of, you know, number. So like known... you know, X out of X. I think the player can do the math. If we put the numbers here somewhere, if we put like 10, here, 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 doesn't really matter where. I think the player can do the math of how far away they are till the next tier. Players are not that dumb. But it'd be nice if we could show the player too which ingredients they are, you know, closest closest to known. I know it's kind of shitey, but whatever. And we can do like the icon and name and then type, right? Or state, not type. And we can put like the top 5 or something here, right? And this could be, you know, centered, right? Center justified. I think though that having this information is enough. It doesn't need to be any crazier than this. And I think it indicates what it needs to. Because a player will play this and they will either like that you unlock things when you make discoveries, when you have full fully known ingredients. And at worst, they'll just say, I wish there were more to unlock. I wish there were more tied to this system. Good. That's the intention. Do they like the system? Yes or no? And then if yes, do they want more tied to it? I assume yes. I would want more tied to it. And then we can just plan for that in the GDD. Should be easy. I would definitely need a few more functions, though. But those are easy to make. Hey, Lepus. What are you doing today? Type exclamation point goal into the chat, and you can see. I don't answer non-subs in chat. That's not true. Actually, I wish that my chat doesn't get too big where I can't talk to you guys. I feel like that would be kind of sad. No, I made that command so it'd be easier for you guys to jump in and kind of see what we're working on today. All right, I'll organize functions later. Let's make this widget. WBP. Discovery progress. Let's go with the double border. Always a classic move for us. Wrapped with a size box. We like those. Size boxes are good. Set the padding to 2. Interior to... I think it's not 6. Hold on. I need to save the color of my backgrounds. Whatever this color is. Is that the color? Okay. We can save this. New. Let's rename this to borders. There we go. Nice little little feature here that not a lot of people know about, but you can set up color themes in the color picker. Have colors saved. Makes it really nice. All right, let's center this. Size to content. It could work. Do 1600 and 900. 850. That'll work. Okay, we need a vertical box with a progress bar on top. We're gonna have to modify that quite a bit. Actually, a vertical box with a vertical and then horizontal box. It always picks the worst time to start saving shit. It's so frustrating. Okay. For the progress bar, we will need a one's gonna be tough. Oh, this one's a little bit tough. If we want to include the number above this, let me see what progress bars look like for a sec. I don't think I can set a custom widget as the, you know, the points, the percentage, right? Because we have the percentage here. Fill image. That's the actual just fill. Ooh, this one's tricky. The fill image is scaled to the fill percentage. Or mask. Because I was thinking what I could do is like a separate progress bar above it. Well, I could. I could. There is a way to do this. It's with a slider. Let me throw a custom image on here and I'll show you something. That should work for this. Normal bar image. No, I want the thumb image. And I need like an image here. This will work. So that will move this along here, right? We could then tie the... If we can get these lined up perfectly, we can use a text box, or... We can't, because we would have to use a text box that changes the number. And I can't draw this as a... Analog slide. What is an analog? How is the slider and analog slider different? Simple widget that shows a sliding bar with a handle that allows you to control the value in a user-defined range. That sounds like a slider to me. What is the difference between these? They look exactly the same. How you doing, Kent? Image. But it can't be a custom widget. There's a couple ways I could fake this by using like an offset and changing the offset, you know, lerping the offset between the left and the right values. Is that doable? What could I do with this? I can adjust the size. There is the scale. There's the pivot. I don't think modifying the pivot's going to do anything. Could adjust the padding, you know, and then just modify the padding on the left side to accommodate. Or the, you know, the translation. I know the dimensions of the box because we have a size box. It's fanny. By the way, I will get back to you. I was very busy last night. The weekends are like my best time because I kind of just like work during the weekdays, and then I try to reply to people on the weekends. It makes sense. Come back next week. It might be useful too. Yeah, yesterday was a long stream. I'll be traveling from Thursday until next week? Okay. I mean, worst case, I can just, you know, leave you some notes and you just get back to it literally whenever you have the time. No pressure. The thing is that the pivot would be in the bottom left or in the upper left of the it would be in the upper left. Can I change that by modifying the... No, I can't really do that. Okay, but we can make this work. Because I do need a text widget, a text box to use, because I need to update the text box. Those won't work. Deal? Awesome. I like you already. This would have to be... Well, what would it have to be? Let me see something. And then we would just move the translation of this over. Doable. Definitely doable. So the size box itself is 1600 in width. If we put a padding on the inner border of 5, which should help to move things in and away from the black edges. I'll also want some text up here for showing off this is the discovery. I don't know, ingredient discovery progress. Doesn't have to be too insane or well written. We'll center justify this. Add in an image after that. No variable, please. 2 on the Y. Color and opacity. Left and right padding of, let's try 15. 35. And top and bottom padding of, let's do 10. Oop. There we go. Okay, so this will be the current number. So this is T current progress. Known progress bar. And as this moves from left to right based on the percentage value, then we can move this number as well. So we'll use the same percentage to set this percentage and as the alpha for the lerp for this text box. That's my idea. And I think it'll work. That just means this needs to be aligned properly. It would help maybe if I made a function first to actually grab this information, so I know what numbers are what percentages. Actually, I don't even know how many ingredients we have in the game for the player to actually discover. The difficult part of that too is that some ingredients are not obtainable. Can be randomly generated. You would have to filter from that, which is fine. We have a boolean for that. Okay, let's think here. Get all ingredient base types. The only filter out I need a kind of short way to describe this. I want to filter out the ingredients that can't be randomly generated. But that's really long. Only get available. Fine. Hey, an MMO. More like micro crafter games. Damn. I might as well just quit. This is getting all the player ingredients, though. Oh, hold on. How you doing, man? For each loop, get all data table, get data table rows, or ingredients. We don't need to get the data table row itself, we just need to get the string for this. And we're gonna store a... Yeah, hold on. No, we don't need that. We don't need that. Ingredient base types. We can split from the end at the first underscore. and just add unique the left string. And I think that'll work. Hey, Vinny. Good seeing you guys today. Except Evan. Random question, do you find it useful the fact that when you do right-click to select a new blueprint node, the menu is organized in collapsible folders menus, or it doesn't really make a difference if it was just one after another? It does help. No, it does help. And I like, too, that it's context sensitive. In 99.99% of cases, this works, and it's really great. So if I drag out of this, it's only going to show me things that can have a string input, and it won't show me anything else. There's only a couple times where you need to actually disable that in order to find certain things. Because of yeah, if you turn that off, it shows you literally every single blueprint node, even ones that may not work for your current blueprint. But there are only a couple of cases where there are some things that can work. You just need to disable that. It's kind of annoying. We often, we talk about blueprints sometimes, and I just kind of say blueprints aren't hard to learn. The hardest thing about blueprints to learn is what to type and when to type it. It's all a knowledge game. If you know that a blueprint exists and you know what it does, you're good. If you don't know that it exists, you just don't know that you can accomplish the thing that you need to do with blueprints. Which is kind of just why practice makes perfect with blueprints. Just keep doing things, keep learning, learn about new nodes. Do you have any tricks on learning new blueprint nodes or tips? It's a tough one. Just do new things. Never get too comfortable doing things that you've already done before, even though doing things you've already done before is a nice way to build skill, so that you are able to build functions like all these without having to rely on tutorials. And that can take, it can take a few years, I think, to get to that stage. If anyone is interested, we do have a tutorial on our YouTube channel for blueprints, which will, I think, teach you the very, very nice basics of learning how to use like the function library, data, how to communicate between blueprints. And if you know how to use the game instance and like the function library and what variables do what, you have a perfect foundation to just start making something and communicating between those things, even if it's not the most ideal or the most efficient. Most small games don't need to be super efficient or ideal. And that would be in our UE5 tutorials playlist here. A nice 3.5, a little bit over 3.5 hour long tutorial video. And also I uploaded our main menu music with ambience, which is pretty nice. So if any of you are enjoyers of relaxing music, we did upload this too. For people who would like stuff like this. I will copy the link for you guys. There you go. Evan, thank you for the raid, man. How you doing, guys?
Evan Mo raided my stream with 15 viewers.
I see how it is. You come into my chat, you insult me, and then you raid me so that I can't be angry. How you doing, guys? How you doing, Adrian? Get raided. Micro crap. Hey. This is true, I do crap. I fart a lot when I crap. And I'm not ashamed to admit it. I'm a red-blooded American man and I fart. Look at this. Look at this. I can't put it here. And I can't put it here. Who designs this? Are you the creator of Microscape? No. No, I'm not. Kent is the creator of Microscape. He is, I think, lurking here right now. Kent.com. Is that a real website? Oh. Clipping my farts. This site can provide a secure connection. Okay. Okay. I am lurking here. Okay. I was going to ask you, Kent, is there any other way? Actually, I don't remember what I was going to ask you. I'm going to be really honest. I actually forgot what I was going to ask you. I give up. Okay, base types. We can then use the length of this. I can get all known ingredient knowledge, right? Update progress. Get all ingredients. Get all unidentified ingredients. Check if ingredient has known flavors. Get ingredient knowledge, but that's for each ID. For this progress bar, we only care if the ingredients are fully known. Okay, new function. Check all ingredient. Get all ingredient knowledge. Get all ingredients. I'd have to loop through these again. Microraptor Microscape would be surprised some microgenitals. Yeah. This is welcome to micro penis games. We only hire people with micro penises or enlarged clitorises. 15 minutes into the stream and I'm already starting with this. Get ingredient knowledge. I'm gonna rename this. I don't like the name of this. Get ingredient, get all known, get known ingredient amounts. Met a girl with an enlarged clitoris. Thanks, Ice Creek. I believe I finally found a job I qualify for. Seeking a junior designer. At least 3 games published. At least 3 AAA games published and on Steam. Must have micro penis or enlarged clitoris.
I'm gonna come.
Absolutely beautiful mixture of sound effects with opera music. Appreciate it. It's like Elden Ring porn. Bet there is a lot of Elden Ring porn, isn't there? There is a, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of porn. You're right. You hit the nail on the head. Where? It makes me think of like oh, the Always Sunny clip with Mac. Always Sunny. This clip.
Are you guys looking for Dylan Toback? Yes.
Yeah. Do you know him? He posted on Facebook that he was here.
Well, can you guys keep a secret?
No.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, I can. Yes.
That wasn't him. It was me. I started a Facebook page to get back at him. I'm his ex-girlfriend, and he was the worst. He's always like, Sally, send me money. Sally, mail me hair.
Mail him hair?
Weird, right? Yeah. And then he posted a bunch of naked pics of me online, and that was the last straw.
Oh my God. That's disgusting.
I-
Naked pics online? Where? Where did he post those?
I don't know, one of those disgusting ex-girlfriend porno sites.
Oh, those disgusting ex-girlfriend porno sites. I mean, there's so many of them, though. Which one?
Okay.
Which one did he
know where
post
we
it
can
on?
find him?
Which one? That's such a good show. If nobody's watched Always Sunny, watch Always Sunny. Seamless transitions. We also kind of need a get all ingredient base type, so we could use the length of that. This should work. Get all ingredient base types. Get known ingredient amounts. But it is base types. Do we want base types or do we just want all types? Fuck it, I'll have both. Current ingredients. Okay, and this will just be types. Get all ingredient types. Length. Get known ingredient amounts. This is the maximum, this is the minimum. We need to I'd have to change them to float to lerp. Fine. Divide. Okay, lerp. That is our alpha and our maximum. A little bit of spaghetti. What the grind you have going on? You're like a mailman, but for game dev, no rain, no snow, no wind will stop you from going. I appreciate that. You've been here since the start, Lazy Fangs. Except you lost your first badge. Or does it get replaced by the VIP? I don't know. I'm gonna strike and I'm not gonna get my butt plug. When did I promise Did I drink too much wine? Promise you guys micro-raptor butt plugs? Oh, you just weren't first 10, okay. I think I made the right choice just to prioritize making my game over like viewers or amounts of anything. You know, as much as I love getting subs or I love getting, you know, donations and such, in a lot of cases those things aren't going to help me make my game better or, you know, progress faster in most cases. So just make the game. I really think the viewers, if we can get funding and we keep working on the game, the stream will just continue to grow. Until I hire, you know, some crazy community manager who says like all gamers are Nazi chuds, and then, you know, it's all over. Funding, right, yeah. When we get funding. I take that personally. Hey, I'm right here with you, okay? Then I'll be a viewer. I will be a chatter when we get that person. Get viewers anyway, you charismatic bastard. I'm almost as bad as XQC though. I just cannot speak words properly. What is a sentence? XQC's kind of fallen off. I'm gonna be kind of honest. What's the function for setting the value of a progress bar? Set percent. Oh, that's a text bar. Hold on, wrong one. Set percent, and then we want to set text equal to this. I'll have you know though, if we do get World War III, I'm still gonna work on my game. What am I supposed to do? What other options do I have during World War III? You're American, you get a gun and you shoot. I'll claim disability. Mentally disabled. You're getting drafted because of my comments online. I love it. Let me just force add it. Show them Spoon's books. Yeah, I'm a degenerate. What is this called? It was called knowledge something progress. Discovery progress. Construct delay. Do a quick delay. And then run update progress. World War 3 starts, you gotta make a World War 3 game, exploit that niche in the was that like oh, what was it? Plague Inc. releasing the COVID-19 update? Fucking brilliant, by the way. I wonder what the charts of Plague Inc. looked like at that time. Hey, it's perfect. That was not 5.2 years ago. I could have sworn they made a COVID update at that time. Plague Inc. The Cure. I could have sworn they did. When was COVID? COVID-19 start. December 2019. Plague Inc. banned in China. Fake news update, I love it. Just an update, not DC, February 2020. I don't see it here. I could have sworn they did, but maybe it was just that it was banned in China. Yeah, I don't know. Insight. Magic binds things together, making things stronger, but the new feature is with magnets. It makes them super cool. Meaning I can have floating island. Okay. I'm glad that we are a channel that supports the usage of drugs for people in chat. What are you talking about, man? Oh, okay, no, yeah, I don't know what happened then in Plague. Maybe it was just that it was banned in China because people were doing COVID runs with it, which is pretty funny. Do you remember when you used to get banned off of social media platforms for suggesting that the coronavirus lab was the likely leak of the virus? Wild times. The game just crashed. Okay. Sounds about right. Now you're going to jail for bad posts on Facebook? So weird. Make it short, the cold magnets float, and I think it would be really cool in my game to have floating islands. Oh, okay, I see. It would be. Floating islands are cool. I guess shadow ban for pointing out the obvious? Well, yeah. Potentially harmful speculation, or at the least that was the logic behind it. I get the logic behind it. I don't agree that when we don't know the facts, to ban people who are trying to figure out the facts, right? That's the only thing. Like, nobody knew the truth, but the most likely scenario for a new virus leaking in a city with a lab that is studying the virus that leaked, and the most likely origin point was like 2 blocks away from that lab, I feel like you should ban anybody who would think otherwise. Trying to figure out and claiming to know are very different things, but you do have a right to make those claims. Like, you have the right to think what you want. If you want to stand up on a milk box and preach that, you know, the Earth is the center of the universe, obviously it's not true, but you have the right to do that. Also, Slushy, thank you for the follow. That was weird. I don't know why it I was like crashed like that. It was kind of weird. All right, let me fix the offset too. This also needs to have its transform modified between 0 and I don't know, like 1580, 1550. Not a lot of space, is there? I don't think they could be right that the Earth could be the center of the universe. Very little is actually set in stone. Never know. Free to say any sort of BS, but not free from facing the consequences. I don't know how it is in the UK, but in the US, you do have that freedom of speech, and there wouldn't be consequences. And the issue is not that the platform was banning, but that the government was telling the platform to ban, which is exactly what the First Amendment protects from. Now, yes, there were spikes in aggression against Chinese and Asian immigrants, but you can't correlate that to people. It's the same way that if, let's say that I start talking about how the Earth is the center of the universe, and then somebody hears this and goes and commits a murder against somebody who believes that the sun is the center of the universe, or is the center of our solar system. You can't blame that on the person that was espousing it, because they weren't asking people, they were not calling violence, they were just saying something. The people that committed the violence are the people that did that. And that's a very, very specific line that cannot be crossed. If you're calling for violence, that is what it can be consequenced. That is against the law. That is already against the law. That is not protected by freedom of speech. What is protected is just stating your beliefs, even if they are wild, even if they are outlandish, even if they're weird. You can make a correlation with the lab in Wuhan, but can't make the correlation of aggression around the time the Asian speculation was around. But the people that were committing the violence were the ones who got in trouble for that. Just claiming that the coronavirus started in China, which is true, is not asking people to go commit violence. That is a very slippery slope to say that anybody who supports something that then ends with another person committing violence can be held accountable. So you might as well never open your mouth, because anything you say, when I say I don't like AAA game publishers, somebody goes and commits a murder against a AAA game publisher and say, well, I heard it because I heard that they were bad from Microraptor Games. Now I can be in trouble for that? No. No, that's not right. Now, if I said this is fake, I'm not saying this. If I were to say, go and kill a AAA game publisher, and somebody does that, then I can be held accountable because I am calling for violence. That is not protected speech. It has to be an actionable threat, exactly. Clip that. Don't clip that. I prefaced it. It was prefaced. Inciting and encouraging, and opinions often get skewed for a narrative that's driven by corruption. Yeah. I don't think there's something to inform people that's... Yeah, you can have whatever opinion you want. That doesn't make the opinion right. But if it's not if it's not a threat, you're allowed to have that opinion. And at least in the US, that is protected by the First Amendment. The 16 and 1550 are my endpoints, right? Yes. Oh, opinions like people getting mad indicates either truth or insecurity. I mean, sometimes there can just be some wild opinions, but I think that there should be a protected line against having a dumb opinion and, you know, actually calling for violence. Is there a set transform? There's set text transform policy. That's not that. We just modify the 2D vector? Oh, it's the whole thing. Okay. It's not illegal to say with a mortar launcher because that's just an incomplete sentence. Well, I mean, people were getting banned. You can get banned for kind of that subtext to threats, right? People were getting banned for, and in trouble for saying things like, you know, in Minecraft, right? Thinking that that would be a viable way to mask a threat. Sorry, but if you make a threat and you get charged, you go in and you have a jury trial, the jury will be the one to determine if that is a viable threat or not. And I think most juries would know that that is a viable threat. Well, Whitest Kids You Know song? I do not know that. Okay, 0. Beautiful. Let me unlock some ingredient knowledge and we'll see what this looks like. One was actually charged with an insurance company denied her claim and she wrote delayed, denied, oppose in her response. What do you mean with that? I don't have to visit my sick parents, have fun making potions? Yeah, take care, Kent. Background music sounded a bit like Fast and Furious at the start. Did it? You guys are not good for my ADHD. Like 5 different topics in the span of 10 seconds. Not a for each, I need a for loop. We will unlock 10 of them. Identify ingredient. This is the right one, right? Yeah, we overrode the Druid Sense thing for the moment. Works just fine. Hey, Atheno. Luigi Mangione bullet casings had denied depose? What does denied depose means? I am very curious though about the Luigi case. I'm so curious, and my wife does not understand my curiosity with this. She's Polish, so she doesn't understand jury trials that much anyway. It's going to be so hard to find a jury that I feel will unanimously convict Luigi. So impossible. It will be a landmark case for the court systems. She killed it in an insurance CEO who would deny lives. Do you mean Luigi Mangione, who killed the insurance CEO who had their insurance company was the highest claim denial rating? Is that what you mean? If you can pay a fine and get away with it, then it's not illegal, you're just poor. I'm just saying. I think they will convict him for the simple reason that jurors are disproportionately Karens. I think there's a few cases, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but first they will check to see if they can find the jury in the District of New York where it happened. I don't know which district that is. They can look outside the district for other people if they cannot find unbiased jurors from that district, which honestly will probably happen. They're probably going to have to go through so many jury selection processes that either, and I don't think the state is going to give up. The state will not give up this case. They can't. It's a broad daylight murder. They have to keep doing jury selection. I feel like it's going to be impossible to find people from that district. They will just have to keep looking outside district, maybe even to other states to find jurors. You can just deny a few more claims and invest in the case. I think he should get convicted. It was stone cold murder. I just think it'll be very interesting from a legal perspective because find a single American who doesn't have some sort of disdain towards the insurance companies, especially the one that has the highest claim denial rating. It's not going to happen. You're going to have to find some 0.01 jurors to convict him. Yeah, it's really going to be nearly impossible. So just charge him under terrorism, that would be easy. Yeah, but he has the right to a jury trial. Even if he's a terrorist, he's a citizen. He has the right to a jury trial. That's his rights by the Constitution. There are sympathetic potential jurors. They aren't going to admit they are biased. Yeah, like I told my wife, I said there is a possibility, a non-zero chance, that the jury nullifies. Non-zero. Which would be wild. The crime will be terrorism, not murder. But even then, even if they escalate the crime, I don't think the jury will care. And yeah, all he needs is one sympathetic, but even then, I think that there might be cases where the judge could issue a mistrial without prejudice. Or even if the state appeals, there might be a mistrial without prejudice, in which case they could do it again. It would likely go to another trial in which he would need one more sympathetic juror. Yeah, and I don't think they could appeal it again. If they get one mistrial due to one juror, the state can appeal, and then they would have one more chance. But if that happens again, he's free. Which again, I don't want to see, because he committed murder in broad daylight. It would be absolutely wild. Like, we're going to be witnessing another OJ case. Accept the claims of the jurors for the conviction. But I think that you could, the state would appeal on the grounds that there might have been, I don't know, they will try anything because they will not be able to let this get away. This is not like some vandalizing, this is not some petty theft, this is not some, street brawl. This is cold-blooded murder right on the streets. And there's even a possibility that he could get away before the trial simply because there's a possibility that the police didn't do their job and didn't read him his Miranda rights, I believe, is what his defense is claiming. I think his defense is claiming a few things. I would convict Pygmy, but now you might be biased. You might be biased against him. I don't know. It's gonna be wild. Do New York cases, are they allowed to be filmed? Like recorded? Are New York court cases televised? New York alone in barring cameras in courts. Is the only state totally barring cameras. Dude, that's so fucking sad. This would be some of the greatest YouTube content in history. In court history. If we could see inside there. They can. I don't think they can live stream like Johnny Depp. No, because Johnny Depp's case was handled in a different state than New York, where they could live stream. Unless they changed it. Would the Luigi case be able to be streamed to YouTube? It should know which one I'm talking about. And some specific court proceedings and jurisdictions involved. He faces both state charges in New York and federal charges, including Pennsylvania and New York. Streaming would not be possible in Pennsylvania. In New York, whereas murder charges are being handled, the situation differs slightly. New York state courts have allowed some form of media coverage in high-profile cases, and certain proceedings can be recorded or streamed if approved by the presiding judge. There's no guarantee this would extend to a platform like YouTube unless a media outlet or individual with permission uploads the footage after obtaining it legally. You think streaming would help, Luigi? Okay, here's what is 100% going to happen. They will, what's the term for banning the jury from talking and going to the internet? It's, I forget the term for that. Sequester, yeah, they're going to sequester the jury, 100%. This is going to be like a weeks or potentially even like, this is going to be multiple weeks long. I feel like this will be one of the most difficult, long court cases with so many weird things that they will try to use to get him off. And on federal level, his charges could carry the death penalty, which will actually increase the requirement from the state. Streaming is even less likely. That's understandable. Federal courts in the U.S. generally prohibit live broadcasts of trials under Rule 53 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, which bans photography and broadcasting from courtrooms during judicial proceedings. That's such a shame. That's such a shame. It would really be some exceptional content, and I would be so interested in just watching it. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, because this is set to unknown and shit. Hold on. Update ingredient knowledge. Unconstitutional to live stream in court because the Constitution says that trials must be public, or to ban live streaming? Does it? Which amendment says that? And has that ever gone to the Supreme Court? Sixth Amendment, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. Really? Not that I don't believe you, I just want to see it. Oops. Speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. That's interesting, because I wonder what their argument is to ban it then, and why it was upheld. I mean, the courtroom would be open to the public, which might satisfy the Sixth Amendment, but I would agree that there should be no reason why trials cannot or should not be live streamed. How do we get away with allowing a few people to come in? Yeah, I think that they would only allow people in person. They try to get around by saying, well, you are allowed to come in person and view the court proceedings. Honestly, have there been any... let's see. Have there been any challenges recently that banning live streaming or televising of court proceedings violates the Sixth Amendment? You know, the government follows the Constitution to a T. Alright, Panzer, you win. Yeah, you're right. We all know that the politicians are just law-abiding citizens who always have the best ideas and thoughts in mind for the general public. I feel like this would be an easy win, though. So there must be some precedent that's been set in the Supreme Court. First, second, fourth, and fifth completely eviscerated. Why not the sixth too? For accused, it could be problematic for himself if he states something that can be used against him, any kind of false information. Yeah, but he could always claim... He could always plead the fifth. I mean, he's kind of already accused. Seems like that there have been no recent legal challenges claiming that banning live streaming or televising court proceeding violates the Sixth Amendment. Guarantees a public trial traditionally interpreted as open to in-person attendance, but its application to modern broadcasting is complex and debated. Challenges to such bans are more commonly made under the First Amendment, focusing on press freedom and public access. I mean, why not both? I agree, focus on press freedom, but also, and public access, but also this, they're both relevant. Specific legal challenges from 2020 to 25 arguing that bans on live streaming or televising court trials violate the Sixth Amendment's public trial clause. An unexpected aspect is that while courts have allowed some forms of remote audio access during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as in civil and bankruptcy proceedings, criminal trials have generally not extended to live streaming, reflecting concerns about fairness and juror bias rather than Sixth Amendment violations. That's crazy. I'm almost half tempted to contact a lawyer. I don't know. It's like, what's your reason? What's your stake in this? Bro, I just want good YouTube content. That's it. Douglas Adams said it best: the people who want to be president and can get there are the ones who definitely shouldn't be president. I agree, Vinny. 100%. Not even 100%. 1,000,000%. There have been legal challenges that the First Amendment allows people to film inside of a post office, which is public government-owned business. It's true, and every time the filmer has won, so not sure why that wouldn't apply inside a courtroom. Yeah, I think you're right. Honestly, I think you're right. Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, they have a sequestration anyway of jury if it needs to be done, so... And they've allowed, you know, other states have allowed it, so I just don't understand. B5 Dev reacts to Luigi Mangione. It would be cool. I don't know. I mean, I don't like that he did it. I don't think anybody should be killed out on the street. But I'll tell you what, I can understand why he did it. And I think that there are a lot of people who have advocated that they don't care that he did it. A significant number of people, which would just make this so legally interesting. Why is that full? B is based off of the length. We'll see. We'll see why that's like that. And 3%. Oh, I have to normalize. Hold on. Not lerp. Normalize this. Judge prosecutor bullies the jury and uses scare tactics to try and prevent them from doing jury nullification. Because most people are ignorant of the law, they go along with it. I don't think the judge bullies the jury or against jury nullification, but I think that it is not allowed to bring it up. I think it's more that the judge just doesn't mention to people that they have this ability for arguably obvious reasons. I don't mind that jury nullification exists, and I think that there are some use cases where it is a good thing. I don't know if I would want it being done here, but there is a non-zero chance that it could happen. It needs to be multiplied. If anybody doesn't know, by the way, in the US, when you have a jury trial, there's something called jury nullification, where when the jury is deliberating, they can just decide to... They can think you are guilty, but we're going to say not guilty, because we don't think the law is a good law. This is a way for the power to remain with the people for laws that arguably shouldn't exist, right? It's the like one fail-safe against tyranny. This could, of course, be used in a case like this where if the jury doesn't like the bullshit that the insurance companies do, especially this one, keep in mind this one has the highest rate of denial claims out of all the insurance companies in the US. They could just say, yeah, fuck it, not guilty. Now, of course, this is very unlikely because they do extensive jury selection, right? So when they're selecting people to be on the jury, they will call people in randomly, and then they will ask questions, like, you know, trying to suss out if you have any biases. And this could be anything. This could be bias against health insurance. This could be racism. This could be that you are maybe a little bit pro-Italian, because this could all lead to bias when you are deliberating. So it's very unlikely that this could happen, but it could happen. When I say bullying, I mean the judge issues instructions to the jury and threatens them that it's illegal to not base their opinions on those instructions, or heavily implies it. I have not seen that. That doesn't mean that it hasn't happened or that you're wrong. I just haven't seen that. Maybe some judges have done that and others haven't. I do not know. Okay, we are getting the right percentage, and the number is at the right point. Well, it's not. There's no way that's 3%. $12.5, 6.7, wait, 5.7. What's 12.5 divided? 6.25. What's wrong? Yeah, the two judges are just the scum lawyers who acts their way to the top. I've seen some pretty good judges. But that doesn't mean all of them are good. Take the judges that use their power to block presidents from executing their executive power. I think that is overreach. Oh, because we're getting the percentage. I should just plug in the value here. Yeah. What happens like when I get distracted trying to do math? Okay, that's better. What does that look like at different numbers? Does this scale properly? Kind of looks like it does. Yeah, so just basically subtract, maybe, I don't know, 5 to 10. Does stream on 7 different days mean days of the week or days of the month? There's a time period. Let me see if I can find it. Play it. Channel. Where do they put this? Achievements? It's this 30-day period here. This one. This is the one that I don't think we'll ever cross, or we're not going to cross until we are funded, I think, as a studio. It's really hard to make partner in some categories, and the software and game dev category just doesn't have the viewership really to support. It's so much harder. Because I streamed on 2 different days last week and still says 1 out of 7. I don't know. I don't know how it's calculating. That is weird though. I feel like in the past month I've streamed more than 20 days too. Maybe not. I did have a couple days off for like getting married and shit. You got married, no partner. Post a partner? No, we don't have enough viewers for that. We would need to multiply our viewership by 2.5. And that's average. That's not even like a max. I would have to just steadily get over 75 viewers in software and game dev category. More hot takes. You know, I kind of wish that this is unfair, what I'm about to say. So I'm not advocating for it. But I wish there were a way that for certain categories, like software and game dev, there were maybe different requirements. Because, you know, if somebody is doing something very specific and is, you know, kind of pushing viewership in that category pretty high, I think it's kind of weird that you don't get that. You ever tried to see how many users you've had over time? I have followers. There might be a way in analytics to see total viewership, but I'm not really sure. I've never ever looked for that. Oh, like daily viewers? Kind of. So on like videos, you can see total views. There are a few right now that push past partnership requirement. Yeah. And I'm happy for them because good. Alright, sorry, so Fanny. I have to ban the term viewers on because bots would use that like, oh, get best viewers on website. Sorry about that. You got smacked. Yeah, don't worry. You're fine. Stop it, lazy fangs. Yeah, we've gotten quite a few bots from that. Look at this, 209 occurrences of viewers on. 153 of cheap viewers, 162 of cheap viewers on. Want to see her naked. Yeah, we only had that once. That was really weird. Some like OnlyFans bot came in. And I did open it up on the other stream. And, or on another window. Another window, and she was not very hot, by the way. She was not hot. Yeah, there's chaos bots. They're kind of annoying. They just come in here, they spam something about turning on the tap water and not turning it off, destroy the world. Fuck society. What's even the point of them doing? Sending this clip to your wife, go for it. She'd probably be like, show me. Oh yeah, you're right. She do be ugly. Because I think this will look really bad with only 2 digits. I could change the offset based on number of digits. This is so stupid. But it will function. And that is the important thing. $16, $15, $50. 2 in length minus... Mitsusa. Too much. Too much. Too much. Oh, that's getting all of them. That's the wrong one to get. I need this one. Okay, that looks good. Let me try 1 digit. Looks good. Let me try 3 digits. A little bit too much. That'll work. And in the rare case that it would never reach this, but could, make it 30. Okay, that'll work. Beautiful. What I don't like is that the progress is based off of the maximum length. What I would like to do is, instead of basing it off of that maximum length, is to base it off of where the maximum requirement is. So of course we won't be putting the last reward on knowing every ingredient, at least for the prototype. But we will be doing, like, I don't know, 25, 30. Doesn't have to be too much. It should be very unbalanced so that the player can complete it in like an hour of gameplay of playing the prototype. 1 or 2 hours. You have a question? Cool. I have an answer. I need to set up these rewards, though. Where do I want to put those? I'll make a data table. Structure, ST, discovery, progress. Be kind of easier this way. Integer. And another integer. Required amount. Cauldron. Max size. These will be thresholds. Data models are Satan's ass. Oh yeah? How many data-driven games have you worked on? DT. Discovery. Progress. Working on a TTRPG system in its hell. Why are you doing that? Who told you to do that? Row name doesn't really matter here. 0 is 2. We'll just try 5, 10. And then 20. You can modify that at any time. Some of you probably don't know about this particular company, so this is just an example, but based on your experience in the industry, where do you think a developer like this most likely got funding, and how do you think they most likely market the game to get over 2,000 reviews? Legacy Steel Sorcery. Okay. A lot of recent reviews, but it is a recent release. Notorious Studios. Notorious B.I.G. They don't list a location for themselves. A different way. Read the news. Here's where they're located. 5.1k subscribers, 42 videos. 3 years ago. Oh, perfect.
Hi there, my name is Chris Kalaki and I'm a game designer of over 13 years. Previously,
It's American or Canadian?
I worked at Blizzard Entertainment on World of Warcraft, where
Likely
I helped
American.
design classes, PvP, and more. Today, though, I have some amazing news to share, and that is that alongside some amazing colleagues of mine, we're starting a new video game studio called Art and Design. Some of the key elements of the game.
They would often likely mention where they got funding. There could be information where they got funding. Beat. I mean, they have the investors: OTK, Riot Games, One Up Ventures, Galaxy Interactive. So, venture capital groups and other companies. So that's where they got their money. And then they have the legacy of being, of him being ex-Blizzard.
Stem from our shared passions as a team, which include core RPG fantasy,
Okay.
multiplayer gameplay, and great combat. We believe the power of games is
Fair.
to bring people together. In fact, our
Irving,
studio
makes
name
sense.
Notorious comes from our gaming guild of over 17 years, also called Notorious.
Blizzard is.
My guild, like perhaps many of
Another
yours,
job posting. I did. It didn't say Irving, but maybe I missed it. Because I was looking for a location. Oh, it's right up at the top. I was looking for it here. Like, Notorious is a studio based out of. Yeah, it's right up here at the top. Nice
become
catch.
an integral part of my gaming life. And so whether it's just you and a couple.
Okay, so 3 years ago they started the studio. They probably had funding at this point. And they pitched the idea. Why were you asking? Venture capital groups trusted him because of his experience at Blizzard? Yeah. Previous experience at AAA companies is a very, very big plus to showing publishers that you know what you're doing for some reason. I think there used to be a commonality where ex-AAA... Well, this is true. Ex-AAA studio members would leave AAA to start their own studios. This still happens. And this is why indie and AA companies usually have higher average amounts of experience per person than at AAA companies. So, yeah, if you can say that you're ex-AAA or just mention that you know what you're doing with games, which is that is one way, then it can help to solidify to investors that, hey, we already know how to make games. We've already made games. Here are my 10 people. or whatever who have worked in AAA before and are, you know, they each look like they have at least 10 years of experience. It's prestige, yeah, it is prestige. Saw the game pop up out of nowhere with mixed reviews and it sparked my curiosity. I've never seen this game, I don't know what it is. Co-op multiplayer extraction shooter. Looter. It looks decently made. Honestly though, it kind of looks like I've seen this game before. Like, they actually don't have horrible stylization. I just think that the game they made is, from the looks of it, nothing special. Only one bald guy on the team. Isn't this just every RPG? It kind of feels like that. Like, okay, I can buy things, craft things. It's like, okay, you've done the necessary things to make an RPG. Now tell me how you're different. It is early access, right? So, I mean, this could always change. They're not, you know, completely in the murkiness yet. I will not judge it as harshly knowing that it is vertical, or that it is early access. Okay, show me gameplay, please. Not character standing, show me gameplay. Okay, they're trying to make Fortnite. What they're doing. They're making fantasy Fortnite. Rest resources, okay. Honestly, okay, here's one of the biggest problems I have with extraction shooters nowadays is they have really, really clunky movement systems. Like, your character just moves so slow for absolutely no reason, and I hate it. This does look like it's better in that regard. However, I think that they've just come to the market a little bit too late, where extraction shooters just aren't as popular as they used to be, and I don't think this does enough unique that would have staying power. But this is only based on my view of the trailer. Fantasy third-person Tarkov smells like a mobile game. Nothing is convincing me to buy this game, seeing it right now. Apart from the fact that at the very least, movement looks better than other extraction shooters. Which, you know, I'm not going to buy a game over. Uses kernel level anti-cheat. Well, requires manual removal after game uninstall. Don't you just love this era? Isn't every dungeon mechanic in any RPG kind of extraction shooter? I mean, kind of. I get what you mean. What do the reviews say? PvP in this game comes down to picking rogue or warrior and then tagging your opponent once to hit stun them, allowing you to hit them 10 more times for free keep. Okay, so it's unbalanced. Fundamentals in the version of the game are broken. There's a visual bug. Who cares? Priest having things disabled proves the class is unfinished and shouldn't have been shipped. Okay, so it's a little bit too early and unbalanced. PvP is ass, just stun locks for days. Okay. Yeah. Nerf rogues. Co-op offline PvE mode separate from the current PvP mode. Honestly, that's what I would play. Sorry. I'm not a fan of the modern PvP scene. Overuse of rogues. Swarming with rogues that can invis, teleport to you, stun you. Yeah, and it has Riot and Tencent. Kernel level, count me out. Doesn't stop shit anyway. Agree. Game has an uncanny valley where it almost looks like a good game, but not quite. I mean, some of it looks really decent quality. Like, this stuff looks fine. This is cool. I like their design for the troll or ogre or whatever it is. It's not bad. Visually. But then, you know, I go back here and I see, oh. So it's just every single extraction game out there right now and does not really do anything special. What are the unique selling points? Kill things. Loot. Use loot. This is not a unique selling point. This is arguably just it's telling you what genre it is. Actively dodge, block, sprint, attack, and cast. Their combat system is a bit more engaged than other attraction shooters. That is a bit more unique. Level up characters. Doesn't matter. World is part of combat warriors can charge through walls. Okay, so destructible environments. Okay. Improve reputation with vendors. I don't really see that, but whatever. Upgrade your lodgings. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really scream super unique to me. Hey, Nuntiksta. Good thing I'm here now. How you doing, Lazarla? I don't know. It's not. I think there's primarily rated like this right now because there isn't as much as there should be. I think they have a decent vertical slice, or I think they're working towards their vertical slice at this point because they seem to still be missing some things, but they're almost there. They're either there or they're almost there, and the lack of balance really fucks it over. How do companies like them approach venture capital groups? Is it similar to the way you approach publishers? It's similar. You would have a lot of the same content. They would go with early prototypes or the vertical slice, but in this case, because they have that prior AAA prestige, they can just say, yes, we used to work at AAA companies, and investors will just assume that they know what they're doing. And so then you just provide them with the milestone plan, the game idea, the market research, the budget, the business model, and then the investor you can start the negotiations of how much money you want. It's nothing too crazy. They were just hoping they hit the jackpot and just so happened to invest in the next Warhorse Studios. I think every investor hopes that they're investing in the next Warhorse, but arguably they just want a return on investment. They just want profit. They don't even really care what your game is. They're more interested in your market research to see whether or not your game can actually generate revenue. That's more important to investors. Investors really don't care about the lore of your game. If I go with my usual publisher pitch to an investor, they'd be like, don't care, how much money do you need, how much money do you expect to make? That's it. You have time for the thing today? I saw your response, but I was thinking more of a problem-solving session. If you tell me what problem you have, because I didn't really see a major problem. I thought you just wanted some feedback on how it looked. It's Cauldron Max from Discovery. Amount discovered. Cauldron Max. Someone came to me with a generic bargain bin extraction fantasy game and all they had was some AAA experience. I'd tell them to kick rocks. Well, here's the thing is that at the time that when they said, by the way, they said 3 years ago was when they had that video. At that time, extraction shooters were very big. And you didn't need to be too wild in order to stand out and get a lot of players. I mean, that was at the time when, what was the name? Dark and Darker was at its height. Yeah, get data table row. Just we suspect there's something more under the surface. I'm not making accusations, but things along the lines of money laundering or corruption favoritism come to mind. Well, there probably is some. I think it's mostly just prestige. This is nothing new in the industry, to be honest. If you have AAA experience, it is very easy to get money. Very, very easy. So that's nothing new, really. You even need to do a for loop with break. We can just return when we find the value. You like the concepts, but it starts to feel disconnected when every time I try to build the gameplay. The game feels nebulous while also not clicking with itself. That might be less to do with the design and more to do with, or less to do with the high level, right? Because you only have high level gameplay on what you sent me, unless you don't really have any like low level gameplay. Bounce ideas back and forth, go for it. But I'd have to see gameplay because there are some things that might also just sound good on paper, but aren't good in practice. That happens a lot too. That'll work. Worst case, return to. I haven't built any gameplay yet because I don't know what it looks like. You need to start with just one minigame. Like, build the minigame separately. That's what I would do. Just start with each minigame. Once each minigame feels good, then you can start to combine them and see how they feel in practice. Slow them down if needed, speed them up if needed. But if you build them, if the minigames themselves, from what I read, sound fine, and if you build those separately and make sure they're fun, then you at least have that foundation to start with. We need the max threshold. Get the last index. You have one built. Is it fun? Feels great to just share how it fits into the puzzle. Build the others too. That would be my recommendation. Cauldron, no, required amount. This will be what we base the range max on. Not that one. We still need this for the integer. And the offset. Okay, resolving some of the spaghetti would be nice. Well, that's not right. Here's how no-name startups like that magically get thousands of Steam reviews upon launch, even though I've never heard of the game. And they never had any viral marketing campaigns. I mean, they had a YouTube channel that did get some views, and they said that they were showcased in like PC Gamer and a few other magazines, so I don't think there's anything sinister going on. And a few thousand reviews is not that much for that kind of game. Multiplayer games are very hot right now. They're very hot. Part amount is 20. This is the one we don't need hooked up. That was the wrong one. Yeah, 250 off the screen. The alpha would be higher. I need to clamp that. Yeah. Hey, Cuthbert. I've seen indie devs get tons of millions of views across the top content creators, and they get a similar number of Steam reviews. Do you have an example of that? Because views on content creators is not people who have downloaded and played the game. Plus, I mean, you could allege that they're buying Steam reviews, which I'm not, but they're not good Steam reviews. I've yet to see a case of buying Steam reviews where Steam doesn't eventually catch on. Whoever Steam is in charge of checking those things, they do a very, very good job. Here's an example. Mortuary assistant. Okay. $6,000 reviews. Okay. By the way, horror games are very popular to watch. They don't always get the most players in some cases, though. All-time peak of 1.4 thousand players. Versus what was that game called? What was the previous one? Legacy. It's got over double the all-time players. And this has only been out for a little while and is in early access. So sometimes games pop off on Twitch or YouTube, but they just don't end up getting the sales that they need. Pretty common. Especially if a game is more fun to watch than play. Well, that's perfect proof that views on YouTube or Twitch do not directly correlate to number of sales or even reviews, which is kind of what Tim Kane was also mentioning yesterday. You calculate for player count before you make a game. You try to anticipate how many units you'll sell. Yeah, that's a common question for both publishers and investors, because you can say, yeah, my PPU is going to be $30-40, but then like, okay, well, how many copies do you intend to sell? How many copies of similar games are being sold? Because they want to minimize risk. If they see that all Alchemy games, for instance, are selling like 1 million copies, and you say, I'm making an Alchemy game. Good. That's really good. Are you allowed to talk about your estimate sales versus budget for the game? I'm allowed to say anything I want for Cauldron Chronicles because I'm the owner of the company and we have no investors or shareholders. I can say whatever the fuck I want. So my estimate sales with a $30 to $40 PPU are 1 million copies, lifetime. That's what I would like to sell. And budget is about $3 to $4 million US dollars. Customers have to find out about a game somehow. If it's not viral on YouTube, it's not realistic that many people are hearing about it. There's different avenues for people hearing about things. Generally, if a game is popular, it's going to be popular across many forms of social media. Generally. Not always. And clearly, Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery does have the player count to support the number of reviews that it has, and because the game is not as good as it could be, people are less inclined to leave a good review for a game that they like than they are to leave a bad review when they don't feel as if their value has been met. And in this case, with the current rating of the game, people feel as if there are problems with it. They're going to leave a review. It's the same thing with like Amazon reviews and other things like that. And there is more than YouTube for advertising, this is true. I mean, they have pretty similar numbers of followers, by the way. Especially for the fact that this hasn't even been out that long. Hey, man, Trippy. So, I mean, from my point of view, and from everything I know about Steam analytics, I don't think there's anything anomalous here. Keep in mind, again, that just multiplayer games are really hot right now. Very, very hot. Even with PvPvE games and extraction games kind of dwindling off, very popular genre still. In general, average consensus on a game makes a big effect. That new game about digging a hole in your backyard, I think it's a meh game, but because of a few YouTubers saying it's the best thing since sliced bread, everyone thinks it's amazing, but then reality kicks in and the game disappears. Games like that are meant to be viral. They're meant to just be easy to get into, cheap, viral. They make sales, you make money, and then they're dead. That's it. What was it called? Diggy? Game about digging a hole. That was what it was. This is exactly what I would expect from this type of game. And it's already made a shit ton of money. That's what it was meant to do. Easy win. Player games tend to have more players versus single player one where people buy whenever they have time. This is true too. And games that are more fun to watch than play, people will also watch the game. Or if it's they don't even need to play it, they can just watch it. Unfortunately, a lot of single player games do suffer from sales because of YouTube and Twitch, because people can just watch it and watch the story. And then they've obtained the story, they don't need to play it. It sucks, but you know, it just is what it is. Comes with the territory. So games that are like sandbox in nature or multiplayer where you will have a different experience than the person playing in most ways, then people will be encouraged to buy it because they can still watch somebody play it, but they will get a different experience themselves. What is that their marketing sucks so their sales don't make sense? Perhaps the venture capital groups have secret deals with Steam to boost them in the algorithm? I doubt it. The numbers line up, honestly, between Mortuary Assistant and where was the previous game? Legacy. Steel and Sorcery. I keep losing it here. The difference in genres, the amount of peak players, the amount of followers, these line up. And the fact that this game is getting reviewed worse, line up. If people like Mortuary Assistant, if you like a game on Steam, how many of you have actually gone out of your way to leave a positive review? Versus if you have a bad time with the game, have you been more or less likely to leave a negative review? Legacy isn't made by X-Blizzard? Or you mean it is? Yes. That would also, yep. And they've been featured in like PC Gamer and such. These kind of games that you look to make, I'm a large theater producer here in Australia and I despise doing cheap and small shows that are clearly meant for making quick cash and then forgotten about. No, we brought these up because Ice Creek found it weird that this game had the number of reviews it had, and I don't think there's anything weird about it. I prefer to make premium games that are unique, that have something to say, that aren't just cash grabs. I want to make something that has, you know, legacy, that has staying power. Spend time and persistence on what I hope is a great show that people are going to remember for years. I guess everyone's motives are different though. Yes, they are, for sure. Easier for bad reviews, yeah. Here's where the followers came from. Seems like they just appeared out of thin air. We can't really track... Well, we can track followers. There was some spike around October 15th. I would bet that some information came out along this time. So they had the initial discussion, maybe an article here like, hey, new game being made by X-Blizzard employees. Another article here. Build up to release. This looks pretty natural. Where was this article? Do they have a link to these articles? Oh, they do. Riot backs new studio founded by former WoW designer who was unhappy with the state of the game. Published October 28th. Former Blizzard devs from Notorious Studios, October 26th. Notorious Studios breaks free from World of Warcraft to build its own whatever. October 25th. So this spike, it does match up. 2021? Was it 2021? Oh, you're right. So what did they post around 2024 that they got that big boost? What did they post? Asmongold talked about it, did he? Thank you, Teeksta.
But we're gonna play this game.
February 13th, 2025. I did not know that he played that. But yeah, that's a big boost too. Gaming blogs don't convert to sales well. There is a conversion ratio though. And it's not, you're not trying to convert to sales, you're trying to convert to followers and wish lists. And then followers and wish list has a pretty understood conversion ratio to sales. I'm curious though what came out around October 15th. I wonder if we could ask Grok to do a deep search on that. What article or information or Steam page update came out around February? When was it? Not February. October 14th to 15th. October 14th to 15th about the game Legacy, Steel, and Sorcerer. I know I spelled that wrong. Give me a second. We could also check while that's searching the package updates. Because it could be that they, you know, updated the release date or something. Why does it not go back that far? Oh, I have to sign in. Wait a sec. A lot of updates. October 14th to 15th, because maybe it was related to this too. The added adventure and co-op. Nothing major on Steam, so it must have been something external. We could also play Roguelite. Well, I mean that was the release. I wouldn't really attribute too much to the I just lost again. We're in a 2D game with a 3D game. Asmongols are probably mostly WoW enjoyers, so yeah, it checks out. Yeah, they are mostly WoW enjoyers, and they're mostly multiplayer enjoyers too. Asmongols is a very specific community. The official Steam... Oh, was it on Steam Next Fest? October was Steam Next Fest, wasn't it? October 16th. If that was Next Fest, that spike 100% makes sense. Yes, it was. Yep, all makes sense now. I totally forgot they did one. I wonder if this knows it. Steam. Oh yeah, was available on Steam Next Fest. That was why. That's why the big spike. And and co-op is really hot. We mentioned that, Cusper. 100% makes sense now. Which, hey, proof, Steam Next Fest, very good for your game. If you have a good demo, Steam Next Fest is very, very good. Majority came from Steam Next Fest? Yeah. Okay, that looks correct. Nice. We'll want to do the same thing as we do for that text box, but also do it below for the thresholds. Can't wait for Cauldron Chronicles Steam Next Fest. Dude, if we even get that far to have our vertical slice, I will already be happy. I will already cry. Was paying a YouTuber to play your game, or so is paying your YouTuber to play a game, evidently 3 times better than Next Fest. YouTube helps, but it depends on genre. Sometimes YouTubers don't help too much. Sometimes people watch YouTubers play games that they would never play themselves because they like the YouTuber. But, you know, it is better. I think it's still a better usage of your money than like just direct advertising, right? It's cheaper to get one influencer to play your game, either by paying them or even just randomly, right? If Markiplier picks up your game or somebody like that, than it is to spend money on advertising usually. But that depends on genre, depends on where you advertise, depends what date, what if it's snowing or if it's raining. Marketing can be very unpredictable in some cases. I know that most indie games get a spike from Next Fest, but that seems odd because I don't know anyone who plays Next Fest demos. A lot of people do. A lot of people play Next Fest demos. Next Fest is one of the greatest things that Steam has done in recent years for both players and for developers. I would bet most games get a pretty sizable Next Fest boost. What is another Steam Next Fest game? There used to be a game that was a Survivors-like, but 3D, that I played, and it was really fun, and it popped the hell off. I think it was called like Soulstone Survivors. Let me see if I can find it. This game. Fun game. When did they do Next Fest? Probably here. I can find it. I have a YouTube video on it. First 15 minutes is crucial. 100%. You were very right. Did I? Wait, Next Fest 2024. That wouldn't make sense. Unless I didn't put them in the playlist. Maybe I played it on my own. Oh, you know what I did? I played it on my own and I put a review for it in Discord. Soul Stone Survivors Next Fest. October 2022. So if you don't think that Next Fest can help, all you need to do is look at that. They had Next Fest right into the release. Easy game. What do you think about the network prediction plugin? Oh yeah, Cuthbert would know about that. Don't ask me. Let him be the answer. Okay, let me reset the offset on this then. Now that we know that it works. I will hard code 0, 10, 20, and 30, right? Or 0, 5, 10, 20. So we'll just do one for each. There's a direct correlation between views, wishlist, and purchase. Can you confirm? Yes, there kind of is, yeah. Yeah, the more people that view your page, the higher you are to have, more likely you are to have followers. Followers then convert to wishlist. Wishlist convert to sales at some ratio. I don't remember the exact ratios. There's same things for like Kickstarter too. I could make a widget and add it to a box. And if we do an overlay, then I could set the transform offset for each of those dependent on the index. That could work. So do an overlay. And let me make another widget here. Network prediction plugin. What is that plugin? Oh, it's official? It's built in? I don't know what that does. I've never heard of it. Network prediction beta. Generalized framework for ready network prediction friendly gameplay systems. Interesting. Network prediction. Is that to help like reduce issues with like latency and, you know, rubber banding? Interesting. Pretty cool. Go with mover. You guys are the experts here. I will defer to you. Let's see. Desired on-screen, size to content, no variable. Wrap with a vertical box, please. Text. Center this. It'll be a number. The biggest one will be 20. Make it black. You can always change that later. We'll probably need a button below it to like unlock the rewards or something. I don't know. We can also just automatically unlock it and show, I don't know, a pop-up widget for when the player unlocks a new tier of this, a threshold. But this is a start. So the idea is that we can spawn one of these in and then set the translation equal to what we need it to be. Between minimum of, well, I can always give this the same padding as this, I guess. Well, no, I couldn't. That's fine, I can just manually do it. Let me see, 7 to what? 1535, 1550, 1540. 8 to 1540 is good enough. Then we just math it. Currently working on my new script with you in the background, so don't do anything too funny or distracting. I will be mentioning a lot of numbers, so hopefully you're not doing math as well. Update progress. Set up thresholds. Oh, play script. That's right. That's right. You do theater. Sorry. Forgive me. Most people in here are other game devs. So when you say script, I'm like, oh, you're scripting. Okay. Working on Dynamite game. Everything is set up for me to start coding. I'm going to do that after I sleep. It's 5 a.m. Yeah, see you later, Lazarline. Good luck. If you have anything, just Post it in Discord and I'll respond when I get the time. Okay, setting up the thresholds. We should grab the data table. We need to for loop through each of those rows. No break. The stupid name we give these is feach. That's a feach loop. We don't need to... No, we do need to know the thresholds. We do need to get data table row. Hit send, I thought, script is used in programming, isn't it? True. Alright, create widget. Threshold. We will need the current index, so let's promote that to a local variable. Like our redirectors. Okay, hold on, I need to set this as a variable. T threshold amount. Get threshold amount, set text. And we also then want to set the Is that the right translation? I can test it if I set it to 1540. Oh, I don't run this, hold on. No, that's the wrong one. I need it as a slot. Or no, I'm stupid. I never actually added it to the overlay. Getting all my ducks out of a row here. It is the slot object reference. Translation, transform. Oh, let me just try this first. Okay, I put it at the right point, although it's a little weird. Why would it be doing that? That made it worse. It's an overlay. They should all be stacked on top of each other. Awkward. Alignment. They're not stacked. Let me see which indices are not transforming correctly. Does the 20 show up properly? 20 is there properly. Oh, there we go. I don't know why that wasn't working before. Okay, now they're all stacked. Good. Awesome. Okay, so what we can do then is for setting that translation and cleaning this up just a little bit first. Let's split this and do a select. Well, no, we can just do the multiplication from the index. And we will need the... Let me think, what should this look like? We need to divide into sections. Based on the number of rows, so on the length. Our numbers are 8 and 1540. Safe. Safety here. Do a clamp. I don't think that's going overboard. Float would be better. I think that will return the float properly. Should be fun. Oop. I'm so used to my alpha being at the bottom. That's right, except it needs to be moved up one. Hold on, wait, let me do this so I can test it better. Make sure it's at 10, because this for sure won't be lined up with 10 at all. Oh, it will. Oh, because the 20 is multiple times. I probably should just hard code this. I really could just hard code this. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. Okay, I'd have to normalize the required amount by the maximum required amount and 0. Then I could just set it at percentages. I don't know why I'm multiplying it. Why am I doing it this way? I don't know why I was doing it the way I'm doing it. Blurping is just safer, and then it's using the same math too that I'm using for the current thresholds. Just smarter to do it this way. had some vision in my mind that doing the division would be the best way. Not really. Rangeman 0 value is the required amount. $8 to $15.40. Math. And now it's perfectly lined up because we're doing it with the same floatler. That's good. Man, I did not think it would be so annoying to get numbers on a progress bar. I've never done it. I've never had to do it before, oddly enough. With all my work in widgets, I've never had to do that. Kind of annoying. But at least we have it working. I do kind of want to scrunch it in, which would have me force me to change my numbers again. But it would be nice if we could actually just, I don't know, show like some visuals or some text or whatever, or both, underneath the thresholds of what you'll unlock when you reach those. And there isn't really enough space to do that. I know a way I can do it. Yeah, I know a way. We'll put a box over on this side. Or like threshold rewards. And then we'll have, you know, like the number, or an icon, a number, I don't know, stuff here, and to list it out. And then we can do the other panel over here where, what are you closest to discovering? Ingredients that you're closest to discovering. Which, like, wedgie's painful but necessary. I like widgets. I like it. I'm weird. Doing shit like this is really fun for me. There, I said it. No way. An old meme, sir. But it checks out. Do I want to set this to a minimum size? I might. A little bit of space. Horizontal box. Okay, we'll throw in a vertical box. And we'll do another image spacer. Here. Let's do like a SimCity strategy game in a way. Kind of is. I like the layouts. I like making sure everything is working in the proper place. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Padding on this is 35 left to right. That's fine. Good size. We can fill that for now. There's going to be another box Horizontal box, vertical box. Yeah, we'll make another widget for the containers here. Maybe. Although these are hard-coded thresholds, I could just kind of throw them in. Oh, that's not something on my screen, that's just a dead pixel. Wonderful. Fantastic. Texting for a couple minutes between meetings, busy day today, but I'll still watch. It's kind of a shame because I have to go to the bathroom right now. I'm holding too much generic Biedronka Coca-Cola in my body. I saw Lazy Fang sent me something, so let me open it up. So I can get distracted for 5 minutes. I saw this today, this morning. Guy with his hand on a keyboard. Map on M, quest log on L, inventory on I, party screen on P, journal on J. Your fingers literally can't reach any of them comfortably. Are developers actually fucking retarded? The reason why this is like this is familiarity. The vast majority of gamers expect that when they press I, it opens up their inventory, and when they press M, it opens up the map. And usually when you want to do these, you aren't in any of these. Map, quest log, inventory, party screen, journal. You are not actively engaging in combat or movement, and therefore you are okay with moving one of your hands to press one of these buttons. That's why. Things that you need to access on with your left hand without having to reach should be the things that are necessary to do while you're moving, while you're engaged in combat, things like that. Their defaults, they're just familiar. It's just most people expect to open up the inventory when they press I. Yeah, you can rebind everything anyway, so you know, what does it really matter? But the defaults, I think, make sense in this case. And there's a strong logic behind certain things like this. I know when I'm not going to say that I designed the controls for the train game well, but when I was designing the controls to the train game, I wanted everything that the player needed to actively access accessible without moving the left hand. But we still put either duplicate key bindings or other key bindings on other things where we didn't expect the player to be accessing those during times of, you know, intensity. But I probably have an old document somewhere. I can't open it on stream or anything, but I probably have it at home. Unfortunately, because then you could look at my design for the keybinds and why I thought certain ways. But I'm not a 3Cs designer, so I'm not really the best to use here. Okay, let me see here. Ingredient discovery progress. I wanted to put a text box above this. Well, there's a few things we could do here. Making this larger would be nice. I want this to show your current progress, and for it to say that. Problem is we are still just really, really close to the edges. I'd have to bring this in. Let me think. I can modify the amounts. It's fine. We know that we were doing this today anyway. Would you expect thresholds to be on the top or the bottom? Like if you're a player opening this and you want to see where your progress is, are you looking at the top for a slider that moves? Or at the bottom for your progress? And then the thresholds would be on the opposite side. Because part of me is thinking that this would be the other way around logically. That the player would look for their own progress on the bottom of the bar, and the thresholds either on or above the bar. What are your guys' thoughts? Bar informs the percentage. It will. There's gonna be two. There's gonna be the progress bar and an indicator of where you are on that. Maybe that's redundant. It is redundant, especially if I put the amount that you have on the bar itself, isn't it? Just like this. Oh, it's being a bitch. Hold on. Like that. Numbers it's hard, but proper visuals shouldn't matter. Special goes where you're supposed to have milestone or achievement. Let me do this. You can tell me how this looks. Stronghold? This is Heroes. This is the I think one of the Heroes 4 songs right now. A big old list. But you're close enough. No way, this is Heroes. Heroes. I think it's Heroes 4 specifically. This reminds me of Heroes 4. But this is only Heroes songs. There might be one that is very similar with Stronghold. Oop. What do I want to do? A little bit of spaghetti here. Make it easy on myself. At a certain point, you deal with too much spaghetti. Just make local variables. Don't make life harder than it needs to be. This one's kind of okay. Oh, lurk? No worries, Buster D. Like spaghetti or Italian? You would have liked, we were talking about the Luigi Mangione case earlier today. Oh yeah, I gotta fix the numbers, hold on. This one doesn't matter. That no longer matters. He's Italian descent. He's got the eyebrows for it. All right, let me fix those thresholds. And then you guys can tell me how this looks. $84 to 14. What do you do with fishing gold? Just for internet points? Yeah, it's just for measuring dicks. Okay, do you guys think this looks better? So you see your progress right there at the bar. And then you can see what's, you know, unlocked at each threshold. That'll be in a box over over here. We're gonna put the what you unlock with each threshold. Something like that. See the alternative? The alternative was... I'll draw it. Because it would kind of just take too long to make from scratch. The alternative was to have this and a slider up here that indicated your current progress. And this would slide along with it. But I feel like it's kind of redundant to just having the number on the bar itself, which is also just a lot easier to accomplish. Boy looks better than sliding cursor. Parker's bar have looked like this since forever. I agree. Also, thank you for saying that, because that is the far easier way to do this. At the point that the player knows... Hold on, I want to do something. I can put a delay here, right? Discovery, get, update, progress. Why wouldn't that run? Just because it's in the game instance? Okay, I don't have to run this in the game instance. I just was doing it here for the sake of it. Let me throw it in like the level BP or something. It's just temporary for testing anyway. Kind of weird. think it's working. All the thresholds look fine, and if we blow up the thresholds, it should just max at 1. I think we clamp it. Infinite loop detected? It might just be that the number of iterations is too high. It is a lot of iterations, to be fair. I mean, it is doing a lot of iterations in that moment, but I need to... Well, it's just because I'm forcing it. I was just trying to think if that would be a problem in the main game, but I don't think it would be. Isn't it? I think it is. It's fine. It is fine. Let it do what it needs to do. We're cool. Yeah, we still want to set up thresholds on construct. That needs to happen. Next step, we need to make that box. And I think I will just hard code these for now. No, I can make a widget for these. It's fine. UI, discovery progress. Widget. WBP. Discovery progress. Reward widget. We will make these update automatically. So whenever the player does fully learn something, I can just do a check. Yeah, whenever any ingredient knowledge is updated, which only calls a single function, which is like update ingredient knowledge or something. Here. We can do a determination of whether or not it's fully known. Hey J-Judes, how you doing, dude? Yeah, this will work. Alright, let's open this up. Get a canvas panel out. Throw it in. Do a double border combo. A good old classic double border. 2 padding. Brush color. Boing that. Outer brush color, fully black. Just like I like my men. And we could do a size box. But I think we can just size to content and see how that looks to start with. Good bro, how are you? I'm doing well. little bit tired. Daylight savings fucked me over, and now I wake up at like 6 a.m. It is what it is. We'll do interior padding of 5 here. And throw in a horizontal box. We can do an icon. Image. 32 by 32, that'll be too small. Try 64. Maybe pretty small too. Well, we'll see how it looks first. This does not need to be a variable, at least not for now. I don't have a cauldron icon. Let me go grab one. Yeah, it works. Bartosz. How you doing, dude? How are the games coming? Or do you not want to tell me because I'm the enemy? Art, UI, we'll just throw it in here. Cauldron. Oh, that's big. Bigger than I wanted. I almost feel like this should come first. Like I do that, I can wrap this with a size box. We can do minimum desired width. $240. That way, no matter how long this gets, we keep that minimum desired width. Because we have thresholds that are, you know, like 0, 5, 10, 20. So we would have a different length here, but this will keep it all nice and tidy. And here we can do where's my adventure? If you go to microscape.cc/play, you can join in the online sensation made by Kent and do some AFK stuff. I'm smithing iron bars right now. Getting closer to level 25. Oh, the good thing is though we can smith up iron dagger, medium helm, scimitar, square shield, iron armor. Hey, agent. +1 or maximum ingredients in cauldron. +1. Okay, that is very lengthy. We can auto wrap this text. That we can fix, don't worry. Okay, these will be two separate. Do that. That. Oh, I shouldn't have done auto wrap text. That was stupid of me. Hold on. That was the issue. It's one or the other. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know. I almost just want to make this a separate box. Like, fuck the image. The whole vert is fine, but I want to wrap this with another vertical box. And then wrap this with a border. Brush color black, padding. We're gonna have to be a little sneaky about this, but I think I can make it look nice. Two is fine. Another border. This is the sneaky one. We want padding of 10. But then just match the background color. Extend this border down. If instead of a vertical box, I made this a uniform panel. Row 1, row 2, row 3. With slot padding, minimum desired slot height. Do that. Let's being a bitch about the bottom. That won't center properly. Oops, not that. Not that one. I'd have to have the same upper padding, so I'd have to look like that. And then remove the top padding on the border. Then it could look like that. The only problem with using a uniform grid panel is it's kind of annoying to use them. They're kind of bitchy. And I can accomplish it a little bit easier by using... Oh, it's kind of tit for tat. Either I use a vertical box, but I have to adjust the padding on the last index, which is doable, and arguably the first index. Or I use the uniform grid panel and I have to set the row. But that's easy because I can just grab the index. I don't know which one I prefer. Hmm. And technically there's only 3 rewards, so we don't even need this last one. The initial threshold. But I can always rename this to like base or something. I don't know. Whatever method I do, it's going to require a little bit of finagling. We'll keep the uniform. Wrap this with a size box. Shouldn't push that open. I mean, you could either do that or that, but centering it would be the safest. Set it like that. And on the horizontal box, what I can do is throw an image here. Black, 2, no variable, and I think -10 on the top padding. Give a little bit of a split there. Shimashiro, thank you for the follow. Happy Tuesday, guys. I had to double check it was Tuesday. Okay, so we'll set these up then. But that'll look acceptable. And then we'll worry about the right side after this. Okay. Let me name this then. Let's name this reward box is variable. Let's delete the one that's in there. Set up thresholds. Update progress. Make a new function for setup rewards. We'll do a for each loop. We will need this index likely, so let's set this to a local variable. Get data table row. Right now, the only thing we intend to have here is the cauldron increase, so we could hard code this. Obviously, on the vertical slice, you might want to expand upon those rewards a bit or have multiple on each tier, so it would look different. Okay, what did the text look like here? We have this text, T required amount, and this is the T reward. Set up widget. Like I said, this can be pretty hard coded for the moment. I don't anticipate having to go back and refactoring this during prototype. We can do required amount and new cauldron max. Get T required amount, set text, to text string, end, required amount, space, ingredients, okay. That's that one handled. Next one is new cauldron max. Okay, maximum ingredients in Cauldron +1. Total. And this will be where we use the index. Or the new Cauldron max, it doesn't really matter. Which number gaming? Your talk the other day is going to be the drive to attempt my short RPG game again. Which talk? I don't inspire people. What are you talking about? Oop, not that one. During the Kickstarter scam? Which part inspired you? The talk about cryptocurrency or? About the game being real working to a real objective. Yeah, that is important. I think that a lot of times people just kind of like prototype. It really sucks because I see a lot of awesome like stuff on Twitter of really awesome prototypes, and most of them never end up going anywhere. It's like, oh, look at this cool thing I made. Silence. Nothing. Like, okay, that's it. And sometimes, you know, that is like all that people are doing, right? They're just making some prototypes, they're trying some things, testing some things out, but it's sad when nothing, you know, fruitful ever comes from it. It's a little unfortunate. Last night and this morning, checking the RPG templates I got from the market. Got any good ones? Create widget. Reward widget, setup widget, required amount, Cauldron max size, and then I think we need to slot as uniform grid slot. Oh no, first we need to add it as child. Oh, that's right, I can do this. Add child to uniform grid, and then we can set the row here. And we just need to plug an index to that. And we should be Gucci. No. Oh, gotta plug in the content. Ooey. RPG inventory kit was at least mobily inventory system, but that was all my ticket for integration. RPG inventory kit. Wonder if I have that one. I know there was one that somebody mentioned a long time ago that was horrible. Like, it just full of bugs and not good. I don't know if it was one of the free ones, though. It wasn't this. Was it this one? No. Oh, it's this one? That one's got pretty good reviews. I don't remember which one it was. I don't know if I had... Oh, it was this one. Wasn't it? No, it wasn't this one. I have so many of these. Oh, I think it was this one, Moore's RPG template. It had good reviews, but somebody told me that it was just really, really buggy. And I don't know if maybe he fixed it. I don't know. Was it you that mentioned Moors? It's still bad? Why does it have such good reviews then? It's got 4.6 stars. Is it just people reviewing it well because they're just kind of like noobs? They're like, oh my god, look at all the features. But then they, you know, they never get far enough into their project to have to work with it or to develop further on it. Skyrim box, I would assume so. Yeah, it's pretty common. Oh my god, look, I can make a game without like doing anything. It's like nobody considers actually how much work has to come after you put this in. And how many of your own custom things you'll have to integrate with it to make it unique. Only runs at 62 FPS and attacking drops you down to 20. There ain't no way. What is this mouse capture? What is he using to capture this? Hypercam? Heyo. Is there any combat? Jesus, flashbang. Yeah, this just kind of looks like baby's first RPG. Everything is calculated on the player. Oh, so it's like that Sonic game you sent. Or somebody sent. Classic. Why do people do that? Like, even if you're trying to make something that's blueprint only, there's just a million better ways than having the player character or pawn calculate everything. The only thing that, like, really we put in our player character in Cauldron Chronicles are interaction, you know, line of sight to enemies, and then debug. That's it. They should have everything on the same BP. I mean, it's okay for your BPs to have a lot that's going on if your BP does a lot. Well, the only thing that you know, when you swing, it just should do a notifier on animation. Hey, did we hit anything? Okay. You know, run a function to determine what we hit and if it can take damage. And then just send a message to deal damage to that enemy. And that does what it needs to do. Not crazy. I send you a build if you like, downloaded it to see if I could fix it for my game, but there's also, I mean, I could just download it right now. Like, my download speed is really good if I wanted to just see it. I'm curious, but I'll get my shit done today, and then we can take a look if we have time. That's Skyrim style inventory bleh. It's a whole template, and it's not like it's horrible, I guess, for prototyping, but it honestly doesn't look that great. There's a melee hitbox in front of the player pawn which checks when you attack. Does it even modify the hitbox extent based on the weapon that you're holding? Or is it just a standard No. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just make a game. You do thing, right? It'll do things really weird. Yeah. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that looks good. 0 should not be there, so we could skip 0. We could also just rename that to base if we want. It's an easy modify. Hard code the shit out of this. If we were to check out how damage is calculated, you would never do it the way he did it. How damage is calculated? Now you're making me very curious. I didn't even see what that pack has in it. What are the stats? Weight, carry weight. Okay, I mean somebody just he just copied Skyrim at this point. Strength? Okay, I assume strength plays an effect. It definitely has stuff in it. It doesn't even show like how much armor this provides or anything. Okay, I mean, some of this stuff is fine. All 6 of your images are from the same class. Jesus Christ. Like, some of the stuff is okay, like input stuff, fine. Apply melee damage to NPC enemy if it's in melee hit volume during attack montage playback. Receive damage on player character. Why is there so much shit for receiving damage? It's because he's doing the calculations here. You should just have a calculation function. Okay. Increase skill. He even has skill progress increases in here. It's so weird. What this guy never heard of is a function library. Just events for interface? But then he's doing calculations. Okay, this is so weird. Wait, is he using BPIs to then call events in the pawn? Which to be fair, I do sometimes, but it's like, yeah, that is your event. That is your event. Unless these are calling functions, but this, yeah, it's just weird. So much shit here. Very weird. Well, I'm getting some music. Some music. Let's see if this playlist is nice. This will just say base if we're at that first value. Whoops. Other way around. Stop distracting with bad code. It makes me feel a little bit better about myself, to be fair. Shouldn't be pushing it that much. It's kind of weird. A couple of issues though. They actually release something. The thing is, the difference between, you know, if you make something like that as a prototype, I think I would be like, okay, well, there were better ways to do it, but you made your prototype. The issue is that you're releasing that as an asset pack that you're selling to people. I don't mind coding myself into a corner in my prototype because it's not going to be used anywhere else, right? We recode things, we rewrite it. I'm not selling it. But when you sell like a template, the idea of a template is that I can use that as a way to build on top of it. And if you have so many things that are done poorly, or even just the base performance of your player pawn is so bad, I can't build on top of that. There's nothing I can do with that. But I can blame them for that in some respects because it's just not a good template. It doesn't do what it has set out to do. It isn't, here's my RPG prototype, here's how it plays. It's, here's my RPG template, now pay me money and you can build your RPG game on top of it. You'll use the template to rewrite everything. Yeah. It's just not even good. Yeah, I can't understand it unless you build it. Well, I agree with that. I agree. I don't disagree, but there's some decent templates that you can build on top of. Like some really well-made ones that just have like the basics. It's there for you to set up and you're good to go. Like the first person and third person templates by pretty much all the epic templates themselves are pretty damn decent. Because you can build on top of them. Like, they're clean, they're efficient, they're there. Props to them for actually doing something, releasing something. I don't know, I agree, but I kind of disagree. It's not like they made this wasn't a game, right? They're asking money for this. They're saying, here's a template that you can build on and go further. This isn't, hey, here's my prototype game. They're asking for up to $1,000 for the professional license. So I will hold them to a high standard when this says RPG template and the template itself is so unusable that you should not actually use it. Like, I don't think it's a scam, it's just that it's not good. It's not a good template. It has a lot of features, but those features are so... It's like Cauldron Chronicles, okay? Cauldron Chronicles is you could say, here's my alchemy game template, my sandbox alchemy game template. But it's not meant to be a template. It's not meant to be built upon. It is meant to be done as fast and efficient as possible so that we can use it as a basis to rewrite the game. And there's a very big difference between those two things. Too bad for people who want to make games but have no idea how to or programming experience, and then they buy this. Yeah, it's got some really good reviews. Here's the thing that I think is better. Because I've seen a little bit of an action. This one. This one is actually well coded. This one is clean. This one has a lot of features. And from what I've heard, this one is just very bug-free on its own. This one's good. And look, they charge the money for it. Are you asking me for this link? Ascent Combat Framework RPG template. Bought ACF when I started. It's great for single player, but they sell it as multiplayer. Bug free, and some people buy it and introduce bugs. Well, yeah, I mean, but if you introduce bugs yourself, you have nobody to blame but yourself. Because it's also got a top-down template and a footsteps plugin, which I have wanted to look into. There was like a there was an RTS camera template that I saw a while back, and it was so fucking good. I don't know which one it was though. But I played it, it was so smooth, it had so many features, and it ran so well. It was this one. Yes, it was this one. If you're making an RTS game, this is $20. This has so many incredible features, and FPS wise, this runs really well. Tons of customization for the camera. Ascent Combat Framework Ultimate, ACFU. Complete ARPG creator. $700, Jesus, better be pretty fucking good. Very basic dialogue editor. I'd mix that with narrative, be a lot better. It doesn't say this is networked. Not because by the time you learn it, you can make a gas game from scratch. I'll tell you what, some of the best games ever made were made before gas was ever around, and gameplay tags. I think both of these are useful. They're not the end-all be-all. People hype up systems like that all the time, and they're okay for some things, horrible for other things. Did you need research in alchemy, chemistry, or are we going for full fantasy? There's a little bit of real world inspiration, but it is fantasy alchemy. It's meant to be its own system. There we go. Be a mix between an RPG, an action RPG, or even an MMO from what the trailer is showing. So it's kind of implying that it's networked. That it's replicated. I'd have to set the alignment. Or just do this. That didn't fix it. Scratch free, learn as you go, or pay $700 to learn someone else's system. Yeah, fuck this. I'll just fix it myself. Thought I could cheat it. Where are we building these? Still might work. And filling that, likely because of the size. And just remove that. Only on that though. The rest of it isn't sized. Why is that being a dick? Which one thing is causing this to not stretch? Normally it would be this, and I could just force stretch it. We're not forcing any padding on the sides of that. We set it to fill. Oh, there it is. Okay. I had every wrong combination except for the right one. Alright, that's better. Okay, that means rewards are good. We do need to set them as complete. We could rebuild rewards every time and determine if they are complete. Especially because we update the Cauldron max contents in the game instance. So when we're building this, I can determine do it here. Hey, Hilton. It's only on widget setup. I want to make those widgets each time. I don't know, it's kind of tit for tat. There's multiple ways we can do this. I don't really see any being better than the other. We want to clear this panel and remake it every time the player opens it, it's fine. It's only 4 reward nodes anyway. Get maximum ingredients in Cauldron. Is the current maximum greater than or equal to the new one? I like how we get really judgmental. The more money that those fab things cost, the more judgmental we get, which is, you know, fair. That was the same way with Fluid Flux. I bought Narrative 3 for a couple $100. Fantastic support, great features. It cost me more to get Fluid Flux. Horrible support. Very few features. You should be demanding more, I agree. We judge you for anything that costs money. Still the best. $40 you can spend. What'd you do with your water in the end? Did you make it all yourself? No, we still used Fluid Flux. I had to do a lot of customization on top of it though, and it doesn't work for. It's so bad, Fluid Flux, that we originally wanted a waterfall and river here, and a river here, coming from these mountains, and then we had a bunch of little ponds around here. The problem is that in order to make the river and lake, and if we wanted this one, you can't have domains overlapping. But I can't do multiple simulations at the same time without significant problems. So the best way to do it was to make one larger domain. But then I can't nest domains. So it was never built for a map where you intend to have like a really long river or multiple lakes that are close by or multiple rivers and lakes. It's just, there's so many restrictions. Yeah, it's not built for tributaries. It's just not good. Look, it looks good and it runs. The best use cases are open ocean, island. That's it. Open ocean and island are really the only two useful use cases for Fluid Flux, which is unfortunately not my use cases. You don't have ultra dynamic yet? But I asked him about making voxel-like sky, something that you would see in everything in voxel. He told me it should be easy to do, replacing a single texture. Dude, get UDS. It is literally worth every penny. In which case is Unreal's option just better? No, I've heard that Unreal's water system is pretty much just as bad, but in different ways. From what everybody who's used it has told me. I've never heard anything good about Unreal's water system. And the worst thing about Fluid Flux is not even its features, it's the documentation. We're gonna achievements? No. Kind of, but no. Max? Oh, because I'm forcing it to be at 7, which is not visually fine. I'm just forcing it there, but yeah, I haven't unlocked the cold. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. I think we're supposed to put the update ingredient knowledge. We need to do the check here. That still needs to be done. Your water plugin needs a smart man to make it work, so the best I can, and I just ain't that smart or that willing to try. I've had a few other industry friends that were trying to use Fluid Flux and had the same problems as me. And then I think there was another one too. There was Ninja Rivers or something, and that was just as bad. From what I heard.
I'm gonna come.
Thanks, Don. And Donnie boy. Did I actually implement a function yet to properly increase the maximum ingredient? I think I'm initially going to make it so you had to like purchase a button for it. I don't want to do that. You should just make yourself. That's what I've heard. Pretty much just if you want good water in Unreal, just make it yourself. A lot of people was opening up Unreal for Ark Survival Evolved and basically remaking Ark's water system. I feel like water systems, by definition, are so vague, and there are so many uses for water systems that trying to make one catch-all solution is already suicide. You might as well just make, here's our river system, here's our lake system, here's our island, our ocean system. A water system doesn't exist, it's just an illusion. Hey, Janko. I can get known ingredient amounts, which is known ingredients. Check if known ingredients passes discovery threshold. That ain't short, but it works. I think like everything though in game development, if you use plugins or assets, you need to know what you're doing. Which is you're adding something that you didn't make and you don't know how it works, and that will inevitably come at the cost of debt and unknowns. And you won't always know which unknowns, that's why they're unknowns. You won't always know how much debt, but you're gonna have to pay it back at some point. Or be like Morrowind and have no actual rivers. Well, a lot of games, True Nightmare, are just doing it so that they instead of making good swimming systems, they just make good water shaders and put colliders there so that if you jump in there, you know, you drown and get placed back on the main world. Which, you know, to be fair, it is easier. I think that whatever Avowed did or used was pretty decent for its water systems. I'm gonna avoid. Actually, Avowed has swimming. Dragon Age Veilguard doesn't have swimming. Avowed has swimming. Different engines, but Avowed was Unreal Engine 5. It had swimming. I think the swimming looked pretty good. Have you seen the Oblivion Skyrim versus Avowed? Yes, but they're two different games. I've seen that. I'm sorry. I think every time people compare two games like that, you can't compare them. Oblivion and Skyrim are immersive sims. Avowed is not an immersive sim. It is an ARPG. I don't need to be able to knock things off of tables to be able to like games. What is an what is an RPG? But I'm sorry, I think that little things like knocking shit off of tables is really not at all an influence for me in an RPG game. It means nothing. I beat Avowed character interactions, but that's different. That's different than characters with their own day-night cycles, right? If that's not done interestingly, I don't need it. I don't need games where every NPC has day-night cycles to be interesting. I really don't. Like I said, it's a dumb comparison. I think that some of the comparisons are okay, but most of the comparisons between Oblivion, Skyrim, and Avowed are just dumb, and they don't make sense. It's people who wanted a different game than what it was sold as. I beat Avowed. I can talk about it. I won 100% at Avowed. It was an okay game. And most of the issues I had were not with the RPG or the stories or the characters, but mostly the progression systems. What do you like about them? Just really boring itemization, looting, the crafting system reminded me a lot of like Dragon Age Veilguard, where it's like they want you to not have to. They want you to like pick one thing and just upgrade it forever, which is really fucking boring in an RPG where I'm, you know, playing for like 50, 60 hours. Isn't Avowed a lot like Oblivion? Not really. It's closer to Outer Worlds. The thing is, most people didn't play Outer Worlds. Or if they did, they forgot Outer Worlds, because Outer Worlds was kind of forgettable. But it's essentially this expanded and in the Pillars universe. If you liked Outer Worlds, you'd probably like Avowed. That's it. Make time tick in towns if there's no difference in NPC actions. One of the things I like about Ocarina of Time is that Hyrule's residents change depending on what time you entered Hyrule. Time doesn't tick in Hyrule. It's a game. If you went into it expecting something like Oblivion or Skyrim, then you clearly didn't follow all their news where they said this would play like Outer Worlds. Which maybe they could have talked about more, but I did see that. I saw, oh, it's gonna be like Outer Worlds, but in Pillars universe. So I was like, okay, I've played Outer Worlds. I will expect to play something that is similar to Outer Worlds. And it was similar to it. Outer Worlds was forgettable. Avowed is forgettable. They're both okay games. The one thing that wasn't true is that Avowed ran well for me. I didn't really have any bugs with it. 77 out of 100. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel about it too. The other Fallout, but in space. People didn't like Outer Worlds because they were expecting Fallout. They were expecting something like, they were expecting New Vegas, immersive sim, in, you know, a different universe, right? And they're in their own universe. But it didn't play like New Vegas. Hogwarts Legacy was not your high school sim a lot of people were expecting. I don't remember what I was expecting with Hogwarts Legacy. I think what I was hoping for was a really, really immersive castle that I could explore. And I did get that. The worst part about Hogwarts Legacy was that the rest of the open world was really fucking boring. It was just copy-paste POIs. Some of the stories were pretty decent though. Can you blame gamers? All the trailers set from the makers of Fallout New Vegas? No, I can't blame gamers. But Outer Worlds did have a lot of freedom to its choices with characters and locations. It just wasn't a very good shooter. What am I doing here? You got bullied for your high school simulator, true. What am I doing here? Checking known ingredients passes discovery threshold. Unlock max cauldron ingredients. I swear I already made this. Maybe not. Get Cauldron Max from Discovery. I kinda did, but kinda didn't. Not like the level item collecting system. Find some good unique piece of gear, and oh, you found it too soon and now under level for you. Yeah, I think both Dragon Age Veilguard and Avowed, I fucking hated their item leveling systems. Their itemization in both games was just really not fun. Like, they didn't want anybody to feel bad, but by doing that, they took all of the choice and variety out of things. Even in Elden Ring, where you are expected to find like 1 or 2 weapons and stick with them and become masters of them, if you explore enough in Elden Ring, you will find enough smithing stones to upgrade like 3 regular weapons and like 2 to 3 special weapons. And then of course you can just replay the game, right? You can just do, you know, another playthrough on New Game Plus. And if you really want, you can beat Elden Ring in like 2.5 hours. Co-op Elden Ring? I tried that way back. Pretty fun. Same with the randomizer. I want to get upgrade the level of some older items like once if you level up, and then the garbage bin it is. Hogwarts Legacy to me had a lot of really awesome underutilized aspects, like the Room of Requirement. Really well done. I think it was made well. The animations were fun. It was fun to take care of things, and you barely ever touch it. The game was good. Look, if they made another game in you know, the Harry Potter universe, I would look forward to it, because I think what they made was enjoyable. It was worth the money. It was immersive. It looked good. It sounded good. I would love to see something be done more with it. Hey, Adrian. Felt underbuilt, like the core was there, but it's just a bone with no meat. I 100%ed it. I kind of agree. I want to do this. Let me think here. There are thresholds. So the number of known ingredients is greater than or equal to the required amount. Then we can check the next tier. So we should do nothing at the time that it is false. We would need to get the previous index. So let's promote this. %? Yep. Yep, every collectible, every location. All of them. Like, literally every single one. And all those stupid fucking Merlin trials. I did it. I did it. Where's that shit? What are the 3 that I think those are from the, those are like different endings, right? Yeah. These are the ones we have to do it as a different member of the thing. But yes, I did it. Complete all collections. I did it, bitch. And I regret it. Don't do it. Don't do it. The Merlin trials, they weren't fun. 5 of them were fun. You have to do like 50 million of them. I like to 100% games because then I can have a unadulterated opinion about it. I 100%ed Mass Effect Andromeda just so I could have an opinion about it. That was worse. That game's open world was not good. I mean, doing the same boring stuff 100 times isn't fun exactly. By the way, I did Mass Effect Andromeda twice. I played it first on release, and I trashed it. It was bad. I didn't 100% it. I went back after replaying the trilogy with my wife, and I was like, you know, I love this. Still great, all these years later. I'm gonna play Mass Effect Andromeda because I want to know. I want to be able to say that I 100% it is, so that when I call it shite, I can prove that it is shite. And it is shite. It's actually just disappointing. Mass Effect Andromeda had some really cool parts to it, and then it like sets it up. It's like, okay, oh, that's it. That's it. Oh, we have a really cool companion character. Oh, it doesn't go anywhere. Which, to be fair, I can kind of understand because they were planning it as a new trilogy. But yeah, it just kind of fell flat. It does, it edges you, yeah. Yeah, it edges you. Goon to Mass Effect. Look, I think actually Mass Effect Andromeda had pretty good characters, pretty good companions. They weren't anything like the original trilogy, but honestly, if you compare them to like modern day companions or like Dragon Age Veilguard companions, they were pretty okay. They were somewhat memorable. They had decent stories, some better than others. It wasn't horrible. The open world was the worst aspect of it, because they tried to make, that was the same time that they were, they did Inquisition, where they also tried to make like this MMO style open world setup, and it didn't work, and it felt horrible. I forgot how good this game's soundtrack is. Very enjoyable. Hold on. Okay, that should be working. Should be working. Let's see here. Discovery progress. Set up threshold, set rewards. We'll just do quick update progress. Year 2. Beautiful. Should be working versus... it is working. Yeah, it is working. I would needed to move a few things around from testing. I can double check though. Beautiful. Let's set it to actually just 0. Awesome. Let's set it to 19. Very nice. Set it to 20. That one's not working. The last one. It's kind of weird. I do check if it's equal. Are you saving your game? Player progress data? I'm saving it in the game instance. Package and ship it. We need knowledge. We should always run that, which we do. That would grab number of known ingredients is greater than or equal. Oh, because it's the last index. So if we do here, we know that we've reached the end, in which case we want to run... the last index here. That's the only problem. There we go. And if you have over that amount, it should just default to the last one. Let me force that real quick. It kind of bitches at me because I'm forcing it to identify the first 50 ingredients it comes across at the start of the game, which is, you know, a little bit to loop through. But it works. Obviously, in the full game, we might have things on all thresholds, or some like if you reach the maximum knowledge, then you unlock one thing. Would it be a one-time thing? I mean this? Oh, I'm just doing this to debug. This would not happen in the main game. I'm just forcing knowledge in order to test the thresholds. Okay, I do want to show this panel now, which is the closest that you have to known. I wonder how we'd sort that. I could make 2 arrays, one for the ingredient IDs and a map might be better though. The reason a map might be better is because then I can or would I? A little bit tricky, so I'd have to go through every single ingredient and determine whether or not the player knows everything on that ingredient. Those are discluded. We then go to the ingredients that the player is most close to discovering fully. And from those, we'd have to show which ones the player has. But in order to do that, I need to then ingredient discover. How was ingredient discovery stored? It's a map of F names to the ingredient knowledge structure. What I could do is loop through each of these. It doesn't matter the order. And insert into an array, add an index. Okay, that could work. That way I only have to run through everything once. This will be a sneaky one. This will be a sneaky one. Kind of works. Get ingredient knowledge, but that's for a specific one. I want to get... Can I grab all ingredient knowledge? Can I just grab that? Well, I can. Get the game instance, not this one, my macro. Ingredient knowledge. I want to get the keys. We can have an input here of number 2 grab. Sorry. And we'll keep 2 arrays, one of F names and one of integers. Ingredient IDs. Ingredient knowledge amount. I think we can resize these right away. And I'm going to be setting array elements, not... It will not be adding unique. But we will do another way to determine if it already... Well, it shouldn't already exist because we're going through each ingredient separately. There's no way. I don't even need to worry about unique. We've already built this based on unique. Plus, it is a map, so by definition, two keys can't exist at the same time. We should be fine. So resize those. We want to I'm going to reverse for each loop through this actually. Because what this will do is, if we're inserting them by how we find them, this will make it so that the arrays... No, I should do regular for each loop. I want it to be alphabetical. Yeah. This would ensure that, right? Don't worry, we will insert it, baby. Don't you worry. For each of these, get ingredient knowledge. Wait, what? We're doing some insertions today. For each one, ensure things are alphabetical, we'll just iterate. Well, I sort them initially. You're right. You're right. They wouldn't be. I forgot I do not set this up in an alphabetical order. I set it up in the specific. Do I want to sort that? Hold on. You're right. You're right. You're right. I didn't set up the ingredient knowledge array to be alphabetical. Do we care? Do I give a shit if it's alphabetical? I don't think there's even a way to sort a name array by alphabetical. Lexical sort. This is slower. You're so right. It is slower. I could do it. But that would be slow. With 319 elements? Is it worth doing? Not for prototype. Better way you get the ingredients does it come from the same place? Sorry. I initialize the ingredient array by just for eaching through this data table, which is not well, it is alphabetical, but until it isn't. So it isn't. I could make one when I initialize it. I could do it. Yeah, it's initialized and then it doesn't change at all. I just don't think it's worth it for prototype. Like this is only gonna run. This function will only run when you open up the element, the UI. So, and she said like C, it might be a problem. They're not. It wouldn't matter because everything is ing underscore. So it would be okay. They all have the same prefix. I just don't think it's worth it. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. If we want to add it later, we could do it, but it doesn't matter. IGN, it's ING. It is what it is. Look, when I initialize, if I want to sort it there by alphabetical, I could. It happens when you load up the game anyway, so if we want to have a little bit of a delay there, it doesn't matter, right? That's what the loading screen is for. Let me make it and see if this works first, and then we can sort it out initially. So keep that in mind. Once I have that working, then ask me again if I want to do it. How about that? Because I might just say it's not worth it. I don't know. Hold on, promote this to local variable. Current ID. Index. It's not, it just depends on your preference. I kind of want it to be sorted alphabetically, in which case doing it on initialization of that array would be both simple to do right now, very simple, and doable because it's at the start of the game anyway. Yeah, it's just the one time, because then we just, it's a map, so I just update the map, you know, values. The keys don't change, so if the keys are sorted, it doesn't matter in what order the keys are in. They're F names anyway, it's a quick lookup, so not a big deal. Oh, alright, I'll fucking do it. Okay, give me a sec. Where do I do it? I think it is in the game instance. Yeah, initialize ingredient knowledge. Would ascending be the right? I think it would be ascending, right? Or would it be descending? It would be ascending for lexical. This is literally all it takes. We actually spent longer talking about whether or not we would want to do it and how we would do it than it just takes to do. So, that sounds about right. There, it's done. They are now alphabetical. Oh, this is kind of annoying. Couldn't I just return it here? I could modify this. And return the amount known. But the amount known would be, we'd have to base it off of the maximum available to know about the ingredient. So we would have to check for invalidity. And to be fair, it's probably safer to do this separately, since get ingredient knowledge should be a very quick procedure. And it's okay to bloat here. It is what it is. Okay, how can I do this very seamlessly without having to do another loop for each ingredient? I can do select nodes. And do integers. I almost feel like we would need two sets though, one for maximum and one for... Could I do... I think I tried to do this 2-byte before and there was a bug. Make literal byte. Will that convert properly? Or we do it in the cringe way. I'm gonna do it the cringe way because it'll piss off programmers in chat. Yeah, cringe way is the best way. Okay, first one will be the... This will be current knowledge. Do max knowledge. Current knowledge is if it's unknown 0, known 1, invalid 0. Max knowledge is... Would it be the same? Hold on. Not a single Steam review will mention your BP methods. That's right. You're right about that, Claustrum. Do I actually need to have two separate select nodes for this? Half of me says yes, half of me says no. No, we just need two separate additions. Where if it's invalid, it doesn't count. So we would have to do... I mean, we could also just do like an equals check, but it doesn't really matter. I just want to have to do the addition, so doing a select node is easier. But it still feels like I could accomplish this with one node. Maybe not. I can collapse these down once it's plugged in. Oops, not that. Is it cringe? Yes. Will it work? Yes. Is it fast? Also yes. It's just one of those, this is another one of those examples where in BPs this looks like hell. And in C++ it would be so much cleaner. Vibe programming? Shut up. Get out of here. It looks bad, but it is a very fast operation. There's other ways to do it too, but whatever. Okay, this is a different enum actually, so needs to look a little bit different. Just make a literal integer there, but whatever. In sweet current knowledge, sweet max knowledge, and we need that 7 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A little bit of work to set up, but it is also very robust. It's just checking. It has to check 2 different things for the current number of things known, and then the maximum number of knowable things. So it looks, this is one of those things that just looks horrible with blueprints, but the operation itself is very fast. Just enums and integers. Yeah, no, this stuff in code would be way better. Same with math nodes. But then there are things that in blueprints are way cleaner and smaller, more compact than C. Pros and cons. Which, by the way, this is all code behind the scenes. You can make your own blueprints. Earthy, savory. I'm doing this for the keep it clean. Sultry. Oops, misspelled that. Waiting for coders to anime push their glasses after comment, actually. I mean, no, it is. You can make your own blueprints. In fact, when you're in like a professional production, you should have your coders make blueprints and expose variables, even if they're written in C. Because you don't want your coders to code 100% of your game. You do want your artists and your designers to code some of it too. But, you know, having them having them access that library and that consistent storage of variables is the best way to do it. You know, you need your... I guess a better way to put it is your coders should enable your artists and designers with good blueprints. And if they can't do that, then they're not coding properly on Unreal. And they're just going to slow the game down. Okay, if it's fully known, we do not care. Otherwise, if false, get ingredient IDs. Add unique of the current ID. And then... Oh, I did say I was going to insert. Hold on. We need a... I need to run the check here now, once we have this info. Hold on. Let me rethink. Hey, Forrest. We have the number, we have the ID. We need to check ingredient IDs. Not really, we just kind of need to check this one. This one will only always ever be 5 in length, and initially when starting it will be... This will be triggered quite a bit. This will go in order, so the highest is at the top. We could reverse for each, because that will cancel out most things. This will be a little bit more efficient. But is that the right way to do it? We can check the first element. And if the current knowledge here excuse me, is I do greater than or equal, but we have an array full of 2s. But we're checking the first, if the first index, in which case we could then replace. Let me think. Is if we're in alphabetical order, Then we need to check if it's greater. If true, we need to check the next loop. What I also need to do is well, that won't be the first index. Insert index is equal to 4. Or I'm sorry, it's equal to number to grab -1. Let me think. We do reverse for each loop, so we check, does the current knowledge that we're checking, is it better than the last index in that list? If it is, we then need to check the next one. The next one, the next one. The issue is if they're equal. Maybe instead of checking index, I need to check first if they're equal. We probably will have to do something on completion for this, so I'll just try to pull it out a little bit. A little bit of cross spaghetti here. Is what it is. It's kind of weird, but you know, imagine that we're grabbing like the 5, right? But we have a whole bunch that are at knowledge level 2. We only want to insert it lower. Number one, if there is a valid index at that array element. And if the one, we'd have to like move it. Insert does not push down. Or no, insert does push down. Set array element. You know what would be even better? If this is alphabetical, why don't I just make an array of all the knowledge? Can I grab the maximum element in an array? I feel like that would be, it would be easier to build then, instead of building it dynamically while running the for each loop. It would be easier just to for each loop through the integers, which will be a much faster process. Do the sort first and then the build, rather than doing the sort and build at the same time. Especially when this is run when an, a UI element is being opened, so it doesn't need to be super crazy efficient. It'll just be way quicker and easier to code. That's what I'm thinking, at least. I can grab the max of the int array, which is the index, then just remove the index. That's way faster. Okay, hold on. And then it'll always grab the first one, so if it finds multiple, twos, it's just gonna grab the first two, which is what we want. We want the alphabetical maximums here. So knowledge array max. Okay, but here's the issue. Not really. Not an issue. Let's make this a float. Biggest question is, can I then get a max of float array? I can. Okay. So we'll do a division. Git add delete this. Do a division with a float output, add that. Control A. Looks delightfully cursed. It's fast. It's enums and integers. It's very fast. Control A, delete. No, we don't want to delete this. This is a very useful function. Not my code, so I don't care. It just looks bad. But it is a fast operation. You take any math or select node group of blueprints and it'll look horrible. That's the delightful part. I'm actually making it a little bit easier this time. Okay, fuck this. Add this. Delete. On completion. I want to do a for loop for num to grab. Smooth out, right? Once I saw a video of BP Graph, it was doing animation with hundreds of links. What, like on a timeline? I would pay $5 for a plugin that made it so that when I made a for each loop, it automatically adds a local variable of the index and connects it. That's it. You make that, I'll pay you $5. You know what a node just got activated? There's an orange glow in the link around at runtime. Yeah. What was it linking to 100 things though? What was it running? What was the use case of this? A Pong? You know what this reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of? Let me see if I can find it. I had it somewhere. I will find it. Yeah, that BP game. I lost the link to it. Did I ever save that in my bookmarks? There's one that's even better than this. There's one that's even crazier. I just have to find the link to it. Who sent it to me? It was a long time ago. Before this... Nope, that's the guy that didn't like my reaction to him. We don't care about him. Fluid flux. You don't want that. Fuck. Somebody in my DMs called Window 11. Interesting. Did I send it to you, Lazy Fangs? In Discord, can you check for people that have mentioned you? I think there is a way to do that. Mentions... Okay, hold on. Fuck. I know it was in the... Like, I posted it here. And then somebody got back to me like a long time later. It wasn't a huge long time later. This is worth finding, by the way. This is worth taking time out of my day to find. We can't lose this piece of history. It was a link. I swear it was like a Twitter link or something, or a YouTube link. But I couldn't find it because it didn't seem to mention me. But I know that the guy mentioned it here. And I just legit cannot... I don't care if it takes me all damn day, I will find this. I will find it. No excuses. The stream does not end until I find it. I know it was February like 15th. I just need to look around that time. I don't even have messages from that far ago though. If it was February 15th or 16th or whatever, then likely I showed it on stream. I know I showed it on stream. And we have dates of streams. I don't want to hear myself. Piece of shit talking. November. Later than that. What was this day? Shut up. April. Look, I mentioned Jonathan Nolan, Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, and Andrew Tate. That was a spicy fucking day, I bet. Good stuff. March. February 19th. It could have been around that time. February 13th. 14th. I mentioned T.I., the American rapper. Nice. '15th. That was the day that I asked it. So it was probably this day. '24. It was 2024. Wait, was it? Am I high? It wasn't this year. It was last year. It was 100% last year. But my conversations in Discord don't even feel like they go back that far. Remember speeches from last year? I don't remember anything that happened last year. Too far back. I remember what I worked on last night, right? Fuck. It was so good. It was a whole game made in blueprints. Like you ran on the blueprints. You jumped on the blueprints, and when the blueprint said to do something, you did it. It was great. It was everything. It was better than this. This is child's play compared to what that was. But I can't find it. It's lost to time. It's probably saved in my Twitter, but I must have lost it. What a shame. If anybody is like super autistic and doesn't have anything better to do, watch through some of my older vids around that time, and if you can find it, send me the link. This was it. Dude, you found it. Where is it? Where's the video for it, though? Here it is. Amazingly made. It's pretty brilliant. Save it I will save it somewhere now. This is the second time that I've tried to find it, and it's like, it's so hard to actually find. I don't know what Magic You Have Clue does, but I spent... Lazy Fangs remembers. He was there for the stream where I spent like 2 hours trying to find it, searching everything that we could, and we couldn't find it. And everybody on the Unreal Engine source Discord also couldn't find it. I'm telling you, we searched everything. Amikis, thank you for the raid, man. How you doing, guys? We're looking at some...
Amesis raided my stream with 35 viewers.
We're looking at some other things right now. Somebody made a whole game in Unreal where you run on the blueprints, and as you hit the blueprints, it does the things that the blueprint says. It's pretty cool. You and I both Googled the shit out of this and couldn't find it. Yeah, I'm gonna save it. Never get lost again. Thanks for finding that. Alright, back to my thing. What was I doing? For each loop, number to grab -1. Is it an animation or really a paper 2D game? I think it was fully a paper 2D game. I could be wrong. How you doing, Raiders? Sorry about that. We were looking at something. What were you guys up to today? I mean, it could be 2.5D, right? You can still do 3D in paper 2D. But paper 2D just forces rendering to be isometric, but you can always do a 2.5D camera. And just limit the player's movement to 2 planes. Ooh. Reworking UI makes you appreciate good UI design. I'm doing UI stuff today too. We're working on finishing up a discovery progress quick prototype UI. It was kind of annoying to set up. Well, the amount of everybody's... Every time I close the functions, they open themselves back up again. I did it at the end of yesterday because somebody else said it. And then they just open themselves back up. I hate it every time. AMD's functions. I think some of it just comes from debugging. And as you're stepping through functions in your function library, it just compounds. It's annoying. It is what it is. We're using the Windows 98 engineered UI design at this point. I mean, if you're working on a prototype, you shouldn't be working on your UI art. I don't know what like stage of development you're in, but if you're working on prototype, art is the last thing you should be thinking about with UI. All you need to do is be functional and decent. Okay, what was I doing? We were grabbing the maximum of the float array. And let's not insert, but let's set array element to last index +1. You're on the making it decent part? Oh, so you're on the, okay. Yeah, we're still in prototype, so I can just use the excuse, well, this isn't the final game. It's not meant to be. Why does my UI look like shit? Because it's meant to look like shit. And then chat gets mad at me because they want it to look nice. No. Not yet. Time will come for that, and it will be many years from now. Not many, a couple years from now. We'll change it later, but never comes. Well, this time it will come, because our prototype is meant to be, like, discarded. We take this project, and we never touch it again. And we make a new project from scratch, using this, along with the GDD, as a reference. And so then we build the proper systems, and by end of vertical slice, we do have some proper art in our UI, and then we can move to alpha and beta, where we're just adding content. Yeah, actually using this as a cautionary tale, this is kind of, it's just like, here's some things that we did well. We learned a lot of, we moved a lot of unknowns to knowns. We know that we don't want to do it this way. We know that we do want to do it this way. And then we build from scratch with the proper foundation, knowing that. Big pixels in the air, is that the RVT volume? That is the, no, that is the volume for coloring the water. If fluid flux. Fluid flux shit. And the chorus of crying developers that they're trying to use fluid flux 2 again, exactly. Hey, we learned we don't want to use fluid flux in our game. That was something that was very nice to learn. Flux, the third-party plugin? Yeah, it's like $300. Now, to be fair, a lot of my issues might have been fixed with some newer updates. But whatever version I'm using now, horrible. Absolutely horrible. Flux doesn't have multiplayer replication. I don't think it does, Boss Storm. At least I don't think it did when I started using it. Let me think here. Item... We're doing the division. It's not that. We need to grab the index of the array. Well, no, we still need an integer here, but we need to have a separate... For knowledge array, get... add. Because we want to grab the highest by percentage, but then we need to display the actual amount, which I guess we could then just display. It doesn't even matter the amount. No, it does matter the amount. Well, it doesn't matter the amount. Whatever. Looks great, I'll give it that. Not sure how expensive it is. It's pretty expensive. But that, you know, that's the cost of looking good. I'm not a fan of it. It works for a prototype, but I wouldn't reuse it again. What we know now is that I will need to have a custom water system built. So we need to plan for that. You know, that's going to cost money, it's going to cost time. It is what it is. But now we know. Now we know that we don't want to use some out-of-the-box solution for water. We'll just make our own. What index do we want to put it in here? We should be able to just plug it in directly to the index. I'm trying to think if that's not what we want to do. But I think it is. Set array element. We do not want a size to fit. And that will do it in order. And then we remove the index where that's relevant. We grab the next one. Yeah. We do need the ingredient IDs for this though too. Current ID. They will for sure be unique, so I don't really need to do that, but I don't know, we could do it for redundancy. Although add unique would probably check for them individually, so whatever. We know that they're that they are unique anyway because they're coming from a map. This will be a bit faster. Although F names are hashed, so it's not like it would be that much of a gain. Sec. Okay, get add at the same index, and we need to make sure to do that before we remove it. Sure, that's fine. And then we can return the 2 arrays. Okay, knowledge array. Getting greens is closest to discovering Foley. Looks a bit messy, but this is fast. This is... It should be fine. It will require some testing. It'll have to be like naturally tested because it's kind of hard to set up a scenario to test this properly without plugging in a million numbers a billion different ways. But it should work. It will do the division properly between current knowledge and max knowledge. So we're grabbing the maximum based on the percentage of the way that it is to fully knowing. So, you know, technically if there was something with less or with fewer things to know, you would naturally have a higher percentage than things that have more things to understand. But if you're closer, if you're one piece of knowledge away from discovering that more extensive ingredient, then that will be a higher percentage than if you are 2 away from even something with fewer points of knowledge to discover. And from that, then we are inserting the amount of knowledge and the ID. Hold on. Slight issue from the initial plan. Ingredient IDs. This one. I'm doing the resize to be safe, based on the amount that the player wants to grab, or the developer wants to grab. So we instead want to do a set array element here. Equal to this index. Small change. Yeah, I have the utmost confidence that this might work. I'm very confident that this has a chance of success. I will need this to be openable. I need to be able to naturally test if this is working, which is a bit of a problem if I have that in my face the whole time. So I kind of need to set up the Here's what I'll do. I'll put some debug prints on here. Or would it be easier just to set up? Let me think. Debug prints or just set up? Debug prints or set up? If I do debug prints, I don't have to open it up each time, and that would save me a little bit of time here, but it will be kind of annoying to create. Get ingredients closest to storing. I'll do the debug prints. It's annoying to set up, but it will be not too terrible. Append. This will all be deleted, so I'm just going to make it messy. I don't really care. And we'll run this whenever update ingredient knowledge gets called. Where is it? In which case, let me turn this off for testing, and we'll go around and collect things, and it should work. It is definitely not grabbing the right IDs. Why would it not be? Ingredient IDs, current ID. Well, for sure it's going to be incorrect because it's not adding any backup information. Oh yeah, okay guys, this is a remnant of what we wanted to do before. We don't want to do that anymore. If it's fully known, it will never be picked anyway. We did one, actually no, this is, hold on. No, this is right. It should be right. Because we want to skip that element entirely if it's not relevant. We'll see what it's doing. We'll see what it's doing. Let's poof down to here real quick. There's not really a good way to, you know, determine if these are reasonable or not. Maxilla. 000. Fortunately, I can't really debug these in a good way. Or index. Index of max value 117. That should be the flowering bush N. It's gonna skip things that it knows full. I don't know what the fuck it's grabbing. I don't know which one it's grabbing. Let's just see. Oh, because I'm plugging this in. That's the wrong thing. Okay. That's one issue solved. Okay, those are correct. If I eat this, it should be the second. It says pink flower 0, though. That's definitely not correct. It's returning the right IDs in the right order. It's not returning the proper knowledge amounts. It's only updating the first one. Okay. Current knowledge. We know that it's doing it's getting the maximum correctly. Index of max value. These should have the same number of indices. That shouldn't be the problem. You came in spicy today, Maxilla. They're being inserted to the same index. I mean, is it possible that the... Let me do this. Let me see if it's actually just the right information. Well, it should be the right... I don't know. I don't yet know what is causing the bug, but we are going to find it. That's correct. Flowering bush, pink flowers, azure cascade. Oh, I shouldn't have done the resize -1. I'm so used to having to do -1s when I put it in a raw integer. 100. Yeah, it's just not getting the right ingredient amounts in the current knowledge array. Try at the left? Left what? Not getting the... Shut up. feel like I'm grabbing it's grabbing the same index. So, is it not setting these correctly? Am I going through the wrong array? Current knowledge array, get at the index. And we're doing this before removing the index. I know the issue. I know the problem. Just gotta re-finagle all this. A node last index. How would that be useful though? No, that's not what I want. I'm grabbing the maximum. I'm finding the maximum of the float array, and I'm using that to find the index of the maximum float value. And I need to then remove that from each of the arrays that we check so that when we grab the next maximum value, they're all at the proper same size. And I was only, by removing only the index from this array, it was resizing this one, but not the other two. So I was grabbing the wrong index that I wanted. It is what it is. This should fix it though. I hope. I think those are the only, it's only the 3 relevant indices that we're grabbing info from, which is ingredient knowledge array, current knowledge array, all ingredient IDs. Yes. And that'll fix the incorrect size issue. So it should be 5 in length, and the bottom one on the print screen, for anybody who's not aware, will be the highest one, the better one, the one that you're closer to. Okay, pink flowers. The rest are in alphabetical order. As you start to play the game and explore it, that list will start to become a little bit more nuanced. Flowering bush. Flowering bush is higher. Let me find another pink flower. Just to double check. They'd be technically the same percentage. Out of curiosity, where's my output log? Just to make sure that it's doing the sort properly. Flowering bush is higher because it is alphabetically higher. F is more alphabetical than P. Good. Okay, beautiful. Pink flowers 2, flowering bush 2. And again, alphabetical. We might be good to go. Why is this spicy? Why are you spicy? Dragon's Eye 2. Now, Dragon's Eye has... If we ate one more dragon's eye, well, the percentage would probably still be higher. Like I said, this is kind of hard to test because of the way that it's working. Once pink flowers is fully identified as well, if we can try to achieve that here, it should be removed from the list. Can I find some more pink flowers? Does anybody see any pink flowers? Here are some. Flowering bushes would have been easier to test. Pink flowers. Pink flowers. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this should. Were pink flowers removed from that list at all? Shit. I can get these to respawn. I think. Yeah. Just force a whole bunch of hours to pass. Oh, we're still missing the sweetness. That's why it's not removed yet. Now it's removed. Okay. Beautiful. And it's removed. I think it's working. I actually think that it's working. Hopefully no issues with invalid indices. Uh-oh. There is. There to set an invalid index on array ingredient knowledge amount. Just set an invalid index. Why? We shouldn't be. We're resizing both of these arrays at the start equal to the number to grab, in this case 5, which means they will have 5 elements, 0 through 4. We're looping 0 through 4. And we're setting the array elements based on the insert index, which will only ever be 0 through 4. It says invalid index on array, ingredient knowledge amount, ingredient IDs. Yeah, it's these two. I don't remove indices from these two. These two are the ones that remain the same. Ingredient knowledge amount, ingredient IDs. These are not the ones we remove the index of. But I don't blame you for thinking so, because there are two duplicate, or there are two, F name and integer arrays. I'm confused. We do the resize. Well, no, it shouldn't be a problem. It is weird. Yeah. 0 through 4. Same here. 0 through 4. These are not called ingredient IDs. These are not called over here at all, right? No. These are like our working copies. And then we set the 2 actual return copies based on the working copies. It's the index of the statement that is wrong or the content that is... You know what it says? Because I was wondering if... Oh, it reset. Hold on. It's the index of the settlement that is wrong or the content that it tries to put in. It says it's attempt to access an invalid index, which I can't understand why that would be the case, since we if number to grab right now is inputting 5, right? So it's resizing to 5 elements. Then we loop 0 through number to grab -1, so 4, 0 through 4, 5 elements. We are then setting the array element by the index of insert index, which is the index of the for loop, which will be 5 elements, 0 through 4. It shouldn't ever fail. And then these are for sure the other arrays that we're removing the indices from. And it was specifically an error in setting the elements, so it has to be these 2. Very weird. Branch with is valid index. Oh yeah, sorry about... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'll do this set array element first, and then we can do the check. Well, it should be fine. Whatever. If it fails, I don't really care if it continues to run if it fails anyway. I just want to see why it fails. So odd. Oh, I didn't reverse it here. Hold on. I fixed one, but not the other. Okay, let's see. Fine. Is it possible that it was only happening when we were fully... No, it shouldn't be. Hold on. Let me just cheat the bush. What's the timeline look like for a vertical slice? It'll be about 9 months of development for vertical, with after a few months we'll be at a full capacity during vertical slice development. It only happens when you appear to learn the thing. That's what I'm thinking too, is that maybe it's related to something going wrong when it's finding the fully known. Here's the thing though, is that when you have the fully known ingredient, we don't do anything. So it's not even relevant to the rest of the checks. That's what's confusing me. That's the only thing that is different. I don't know. Well, the button should disappear. So this is, the button here is unrelated. This button disappears when you have discovered everything. And it didn't trigger. Okay. And I am clearing output on PIE, so we know for sure it was from that latest test. Check logs. I mean, it's possible it's coming from a different function, but now it just isn't appearing at all. So weird. I mean, it appeared to be working correctly. Which would indicate that it was attempting to run... I don't even know. I have no clue. Are we even sure that it was in that blueprint specifically? Passing time doesn't influence. It shouldn't have any effect. I mean, I'm wondering if maybe there was something else causing it that just we are also doing a set array element with. No, it specifically mentioned those two arrays. So it was for sure in that function. And now it just isn't occurring. I'm at a loss. Rate your fix and see if it returns. Good idea, Kevin. Yeah, it's working correctly now. Damnedest thing. No errors, no warnings. That is the weirdest thing. I mean, we didn't functionally, we didn't even change anything. Be conditioned when there's multiple items at the same time in bag. Let me think. Let me look too, because maybe it's something else entirely. It was with these two arrays. It wasn't with the gets. It was trying to access an invalid index. But there's no way that can happen when we size the arrays right at the start of the function and we only loop through the number that we've sized to -1, so the exact same indices. I can still access logs. Can I? Let me check. I think you're right. Where's the current log? This is today's log. It's not this one. Oh, it's this one. You're right. You're right. You're right. I opened the wrong one. Damn. What was it? What was the warning called? If I just attempted to set an invalid index on array ingredient IDs 4 or 3, which means I assume that it's attempting to set index 4 on the array of size 3 or a, but there's literally 0 way that that happens. This is only called once in the entire project. Which is here. I put it here to test it. And we're literally saying number to grab 5. That's the only place that it's done. It will always be 5. These will always be 0 through 4 for their indices. It's not feasibly possible. I know those are the same thing. It's not feasible and it's not possible. I will double check. Maybe I put it somewhere and I shouldn't have. Let me double check. Ingredient IDs, find references. Here's the resize. Here's the set. Here's the return. And here's what we for each for the debug. And the issue is happening above here. So this one is for sure not relevant. This one's for sure not relevant. Which would only leave the resize, which we know is setting it to 0 through 4. And then the set itself. Which again, the insert index is based off of that same number that it's resizing to, -1. So the 0 through 4. I have no clue how it even failed. And I can't replicate it. What is number to grab? So this is the input, which is 5, since this is only called once in the entire project. It's not a problem if it's 5, because we're doing resizing, which is setting it to 5 elements, so 0 through 4. And then we're looping through number to grab -1, so 0 through 4. Yeah, nope, it's proper. That's only in 5.5, Cludos. We're still in 5.4. It's a nice feature they added in 5.5, but we don't have it. Yeah. So no, 5 is correct, and we're doing the correct math for it. I don't get it. Starting with 5, which would be 0 through 4. What do you mean? But when you start with 5 but subtract 1, you get 0 through 3? Where? How? How is 5 minus 1 3? But it's first and last index. So it'd be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 indices. 0 based indexing? That your output was a new size array? Is there a bug or isn't there? Don't scare me. Oh, you thought you were input. Okay, no, yeah, no worries. Okay, no, it's fine. No, don't worry. The more that I explain this, maybe somebody will find the problem, because I literally cannot see I cannot see how it would have accessed. And I don't think we changed anything in the code between the two. Like, it was working fine, but I noticed those in the output log. Yeah, and I can't reproduce it. I'm making sure not the size to fit, so it should just be replacing the array element right at that index. I have no clue. Especially because all of the... It all looked correct. I could just cheat ingredients. We'll just eat a whole bunch of these and see if any errors pop up. This will be really slow though, because we have to rebuild the whole list each time. Don't ask me why. I said don't. The whole taco. Let's not talk about it. Yeah, I literally cannot. I cannot replicate the issue. Was the fix the node you forgot to connect? Did I forget to connect a node? I actually now don't even remember. I swear that between the time that I saw the bug and we went to try to replicate it, I didn't change anything. Or when I joined, you fixed a node you forgot to connect. Was it the other remove indices? I don't remember. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining things. It was yellow. It was just a warning. So it, like, you know, it wouldn't have caused a major issue. And the thing is, nothing looked wrong. Nothing looked wrong. Hey, Chasing Sunday, follow your dream job testing games for a living. Dude, anybody that says QA is a dream job is absolutely lying to you. It's more like, do you like games? Come work on a game you like and learn to hate it by having to replay the same level hundreds of times. I got friends in QA. One of the recommendations they have is to never work on QA for a game that you like. Never. Imagine doing the same thing 10,000 times trying to find a bug that may or may not exist. Exactly. Did you try turning it off? And I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what it was. I just don't know. It happened in a special case, like when you click the button and it was the last item and it triggers the learning thing. Maybe? Ignore those. These are not important bugs. Okay. It could make a quick function to do what you were doing manually in loop until it finds a potential bug. maybe. I think just leaving a breakpoint down there or something would be nice. So just like let it sit there, don't touch it, and if it ever pops up again, we'll be there to catch it. But at this point now, I'm unsure if doing is valid. I think it would be the right way to do it. I can't recreate it. Plutos, we are not going crazy, right? It was 100% there. Ignore that. Be slow by hand. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'll just put the breakpoints back, and I'll just leave the breakpoints active, and we'll just keep developing. And if we ever naturally run by the bug again, I guess we'll be there. We'll catch it. But I know that the bugs were there. I know that it was happening. I also know that it wasn't causing any actual bug that I could see. It was just... Okay, ignore that. Sorry, it's rendering some textures. Do fast clicks? I mean, I just spam clicked and nothing I don't know. Maybe. Let me try picking up a whole bunch of one thing. I'm gonna cheat a whole bunch of hours here. I don't know. I'll just put them back. I'll put them back and we'll wait and see if they pop up. I'll just put like a comment here, leaving this active because there was a bug that we can't replicate. But yeah, I will do it before we do these set array elements. And I'll do 2 separate branches just to make sure the code does run through. Very weird, very weird. It's gonna look ugly, but that is what we want. Leaving debug active due to set array element index warning that we can't replicate. Make a different text. Well, I mean, if we hit this, it'll stop the running anyway and just jump me to this point. It should be fine. And I'll just unhook this. We're still kind of work in progress for this whole thing, so I'll just leave these active, looking dirty. Okay, now what this is supposed to fill is another box on this for the player's closest ingredients to discover. Why are you being a bitch? What's here? What are you doing? What are we doing? Why are you being a bitch? Be a bad RAM stick. Dude, let's hope not. It was not that long ago that I rebuilt this PC. And shit's expensive here in Poland. 23% VAT tax. There we go. It was that being weird. 20% in the UK. Yeah, but now imagine making 4 times less money and everything still costs the same. Closest ingredients or knowledge. Closest ingredients. Ingredients closest to full knowledge. That'll work. Prices are supposed to be lower when income is lower. Dude, I wish. I really wish. It really sucks. Don't tell Americans we also pay VAT inside Europe. Yeah, it's like any electronics upgrades arguably are more money than it costs to like live in a month. It's really unfortunate. Which is one of the reasons why both the US and the EU could benefit from having their own chip manufacturer. Which is, you know, what, for instance, Trump is trying to do. And I think Europe should try to do that too. But to do that, you need the rare earth minerals to make the chips. And for that, you need to have either good trade agreements or you need to have rare earth minerals within your own country's stockpiles. Which might be one of the reasons why Trump is trying to do the mineral deal with Ukraine or trying to obtain Greenland. As weird as it might be, that might be his ultimate motive. Is that it will dramatically reduce the prices of electronics even more for the US? I don't know. And I'm not saying I agree or disagree with anything he's doing. I don't want to make it about that, but I like to understand why. Why would anyone ever want to obtain Greenland in such a weird way? And I think it's because of rare earth materials. You have them in the Black Hills for chips or for I don't know which ones, because, you know, when we talk about like rare earth minerals, yeah, he wants them from Ukraine too. I don't know which ones though, and which ones we do or don't have for batteries and chips. We'd also actually be making our own metal rather than selling off the industry to India. It's kind of weird when you look at, you know, so many countries export the thing that they claim that they need because they can make more money by selling it to another country and then buy it from a different country for cheaper. It's kind of weird. Makes perfect sense to techie type, but to mass is bad. I don't like the way that he's going about shit with Ukraine. I'll tell you that. I'm living in Poland. If you live in Poland for even 2 seconds, the Polish people will unload a lot of very, very good reasons why you should never trust Russia. And by that I mean like the government. Usually you're correct despite the rest of the world first. Yeah. Makes no sense. If you become dependent, you are at the mercy of your enemies. That's what it is to me. I had a flood in the USA recently that took out a ton of silica. Which one? Because I'm American, for instance, so... Wasn't there one recently in Detroit? Oh, the North. Oh, yeah, North Carolina. Yeah, yeah. I know there was something too recently, like I think Detroit. They got fucked over pretty hard. Europe is boring. Europe is just lacking in tech industry. A lot of Europeans don't like hearing that, but Europe really doesn't have any of the world's big tech companies. They're very, very dependent on global tech, which is really scary. Because like the U.S. could just shut down, or EU could shut down because of some, you know, mandate that they have against, I don't know, like AI or something. Very scary stuff. Okay, what was I doing? I need to make a element for this. Discovery progress. Could I repurpose this? No, I don't want to. I will just make something new. I could duplicate it. You're too busy trying to get the good guys of the world whilst actively doing evil. I think every government does some form of evil. Pick your poison, right? I think a bigger issue is Nvidia selling shovels to dig for gold in this AI era and everyone believing in it. Price the average consumer out of most GPUs now. That's the thing, is that the amount of money that Nvidia makes from consumer GPUs is like a tiny fraction of the amount of money that they make. They don't have to do anything for gamers and they can still rake in a shit ton of money. Now it is, yeah, now it is. It used to be a lot different. It's changed very quickly. And US is the only high purity silicon mines on Earth? Really? I didn't know that. But silicon doesn't seem like it's that expensive. So what, does the US export their silicon to like Taiwan and South Korea? And then they produce the chips? You'd think that well, I mean, that's why US doesn't have to pay a VAT tax on on electronics, is because they probably have good trade deals with Taiwan and South Korea. It's all making sense. All right, let me fix this up. Variable. We only need one thing here. Delete that. Better bring up topic. Oh, I don't know. No, trade interests me. I just don't want to get into a whole like political debate. Not right now. Maybe later in the week. US doesn't have VAT tax, period. Yeah, you just have for state tax. Although some state tax is very high. I know in Wisconsin I think it's like 5%. Delaware is like 0. I don't remember which ones are 0%. No, Delaware has no. Wait. Delaware has no corporation tax, right? I don't remember which it is. A whole bunch of taxes. It's all theft. Especially property tax. Fuck off. And income tax. Basic sales tax rate of 8. Texas doesn't have a corporation tax or a very low corp tax, right? Or is it no income or property? It's all a big spreadsheet. One of the Dakotas. Maybe, yeah, actually you might be right. I could also show the amount that the player owns of the ingredient. That could be kind of nice. Because then the player could see that, oh, I have this ingredient, I can eat it. Or that they don't have any. Let me do that. Sounds like a nice thing to do. Where can I pull this from nice and quick? There's a panel here that I can use. Here. Oh, Delaware has popular or favorable corporate law. I see. And Texas doesn't have income tax. I like Texas. Never been to Delaware. I've never been to quite a few places on the East Coast. In the original colonies. Bit big though, isn't it? Federalism is also something that I have to explain to my European friends quite a lot. Which has its pros and has its cons, to be fair. I think during COVID, federalism probably wasn't the greatest when each state was making up its own rules. What? Federalism. The fact that states' rights in many cases trump federal law. Like, weed is still banned federally in the US, but states can determine if they want to uphold that law or to legalize it. And then they can determine exactly what laws those should be. I think that works. It's basically 50 different countries like EU, but more well put together. Think of like the federal government as the EU regulatory commission, and then each nation is a state. It's kind of the same idea. So there's some laws that the EU regulations can set that cannot be overridden, although I don't know if that's the case. And there are others that can be. Federal supersedes state law in many cases. I want to go live on my own island with no government. There's benefits to that in order to prevent government and federal overreach. Yeah, there are. Yeah, I big federalism lover here personally. But it does have its some downsides sometimes. It's meant to be like, you know, just like with, you know, ideal capitalism where you compete with states. That if one state's corporation tax is really high and the neighboring state is low, you might have people that move to the neighboring state in order to have better taxes. And it does work well in those regards. And to pay taxes to win a war and then stop paying. Whoopsie. Fuck taxes. Okay, set up widget. Needs to bring in what information? I kind of would like to have also how close the player is to finishing that ingredient. I like showing how many that the player has in their inventory. That's useful. But if we're not showing how close the player is to completing it, then that's useless. I could do two columns. Percent bar? Doable. Yeah, I could try a percent bar, see if it looks good. Everything being done in blueprints, or are these accessing a bunch of custom C++ classes? 95% of it is blueprints. And that's just because it's much faster for us to prototype in blueprints. And Nodex for under 150K is in the works, but they love to just make up shit. Yeah, I mean, I think every single politician is going to make up shit that will get them attention, admiration, votes, and power. Programming likely mostly C++? Yes. Yeah, it'll be about like 80-20. You know, it's hard to predict until we know what we're going to put in there, but 80-20 C++ in favor. As it should be. The reason why you guys chose Unreal versus a custom engine? Making your own custom engine for a large open world RPG would require very specialized engine programmers, and we'd likely spend over 10 years making the game, which would not be something I want, personally. Unreal's good. Unreal is good, and by the time that this comes out, which is, you know, like 3 years from whenever we get funded, a lot of the issues with Unreal, primarily with like Lumen, will be sorted out. Yeah, even the big players like CD Projekt Red are switching over. Finding good engine programmers is hard and expensive. Halo guys. Yeah, it ain't easy. An engine does have good reasons, but you need time. That's big. Yeah, it is good. Making your own engine is great. You can tailor make your engine according to what you need. But it will cost a significant amount of money to make and to maintain. I feel like Unreal's bloated. It is kind of bloated. It is bloated. But I think that a lot of the issues that people have with Unreal can be fixed with good optimization, which just takes time and knowledge. But also that a lot of the games we're seeing now are made with Unreal Engine's version 5.1 or 5.0 through 5.3, and a lot of the issues with performance, both with Chaos and Lumen and Nanite, to be fair, were in those earlier versions. 5.3 fixed a lot of them, 5.4 fixed some more, 5.5 added megalights, which helps with Lumen and runtime virtual textures as well, and it will continue to improve. So by the time that at least my game comes out, it should be a lot better. And consumer hardware will improve too. A lot better. But I don't disagree with you. Unreal Engine 5 is bloated. I will never say differently. It has a lot of stupid shit going on. And that's just the way it is. This is just placeholder numbers and percentages. Just looking at all the ghosting I'm seeing at the moment from newer games. Temporal aliasing. But I agree. It's temporal aliasing. In your own engine, you constantly have to maintain and improve its performance and such. That's true. That's the cost that held Bungie and CDPR back. You know, it works really well for certain games, like the Creation Engine, which Bethesda spends a lot of time and energy to maintain and to upgrade. It is a good engine. Very good engine. But it does come at the cost of having all those engineers working to make it better, which is kind of hard to keep up with when you have really good proprietary engines too. Just like is the move to AI frame generation. Yeah, frame generation is shit. I hate it. DLSS is good though. Upscaling is necessary in a lot of cases if you want to run ray tracing and real-time global illumination, because that's ray tracing. They use it for cheat. Some games do. I will say DLSS is upscaling, it's not fake frames. Frame generation is fake frames. Okay. Ingredient. Progress bar. T. Ingredient. Progress. We're being forced into the overpriced consumer GPU because of games needing DLSS now. DLSS is way better. In most games, DLSS is not needed if you don't want to run the game at max settings with ray tracing. DLSS is pretty much a necessity right now to do ray tracing or to do 4K max settings, because right now software is still getting better, but it's outpacing hardware right now in some cases, especially ray tracing. Ray tracing is ridiculously expensive. Starfield needed it. They did fix some of the issues of Starfield, but yeah, that is one of the issues with running your own engine, is that you will have to keep up with all those things, and I don't think they did a very good job with that. It is what it is. You know, one of the examples we often use is that if you remember back when you had to have 2 GPUs just to run physics, or you needed an entirely separate GPU to do like the hair physics, or Borderlands physics for the gun debris when you shot things, that used to be the norm. Is that if you wanted to run those really expensive pieces of software, you needed twice the hardware. We're in the same thing now with ray tracing, where ray tracing is the super expensive thing that you need the best GPUs to even have a chance at running. But eventually the software will become more optimized, the GPUs will become better, and we'll be at that catch-up period. But some engines are better at handling these things than others. You know, the id Tech engine was always pretty top tier when it came to performance and optimization. Bethesda engines are clunky. They are. It is also one of the best engines in the world right now. The Creation engine is by far one of the greatest engines ever made because of how extremely moddable it is. There's very few engines that actually compare to it. Okay, what information do I need to bring through to this? Ingredient ID. I can grab the current inventory amount from the ID. This will be a little bit more annoying to grab, but I can calculate that inside of this widget itself. We're only spawning like 4 to 5 of these at a time anyway, 5 of them. So it's not that big of a deal. So all of it should be grabbable from just the ingredient ID. Start with the icon. Get ingredient struct. Take-Two hates mods. Dude, that's so true. Sad but true. Get string We don't need any of the other shit. We will need the state, though. Yeah, whatever, a little bit of spaghetti, fine. Fine. Be spaghetti. Name. State. Close. Good to go. I used to play around with all this Unreal Unity Godot stuff so much and finally realized it's possible for a solo to make a large game. You know, it sucks, but you're right. And it's very hard to compete on the solo indie scene because there's just it's so easy to make a solo game nowadays and upload it for $100 to Steam that if you don't put actually some moderate bit of budget into your work, the chances that you become a successful solo indie dev are 1 out of a million. And as horrible as it is to admit, your chances are still horrible, but better if you just try to dump some money into it. So once again, small-time solo indie developers or juniors get fucked. Color me shocked. Never tell me hey, don't let me dissuade you. You could be that 1 out of a million, but chances are you won't. Reality. Coder by trade, not artist. Most of those assets are not okay to use in a commercial project, even if you pay for them. Which ones? What do you mean, like, okay to use in a commercial project? Because on Fab, for instance, anything you buy off of here is you have the commercial rights to. Like in any of this. That's part of the store license. Or do you mean like they're not optimized well or something? Oh, we're out of music again. Why is it so quiet? That's weird. For real, my friend who was Unreal had me read the terms and it didn't sound good. I can use this assets in commercial games without paying an extra fee. I'll show you. I'll fully explain it. So let's say you wanted to buy this and use it in your game. You have 2 licenses. You have the personal license and the professional license. The personal license, as it says, is for an individual creator or small team with no more than 100K revenue or funding in the last 12 months. If you have more than that, you buy the professional version. You can use anything in this asset pack, you can modify it, you can do whatever you want with it, you do not need to give credit, you do not need to pay any extra money. If you make a game that is super successful with it, you do not need to pay any extra royalties to these people. Of course, they would certainly like if you at least credited them, but those are the licenses. If you work in a team of any type, you can share asset packs with other people on your team that you have, and they do not need to buy it. It's a really, really friendly terms of service for use of these. And they give off free asset packs every 2 weeks. So let's say you were wanting to make a Western game. Here's a Western desert town that you can use in your game. And it's free right now for the professional license, meaning that even if your game made $1 billion, you do not have to pay anything extra. You do not owe them anything. You do not have to put them in the credits. Whatever you want. Can it be gone through Humble Bundle? Maybe that is my confusion. I see lots of assets dirt cheap on Humble Bundle. If you get Fab keys from Humble Bundle, they will work in the same way as buying them on Fab yourself. If you get random assets off of Humble Bundle that aren't linked through Fab or something, they might have different licenses to them. and you would have to read those more carefully. But for like these ones, for instance, if they say they're working in Unreal, they're probably a fab key, in which case I can even double check. What is this? 1950s New York City Environment Mega Pack. This one. This is a $300 to $600 pack. You likely, I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong because I haven't bought one recently. When you buy off of Humble Bundle, do you get the personal or professional license? You used to get the professional. But I mean, even if you're a solo developer, the likelihood that you're making $100,000 or more in revenue in the last 12 months is unlikely. So at the very least, you will get the personal version, which you can use in a commercial project up to $100,000 in revenue in the past 12 months. And if it's the professional, then your revenue doesn't matter. Yeah, but if it's through Fab, those are the two license terms. Yeah, you can upgrade it later, and I think it takes the difference. So if you end up making that money, I think that they've mentioned they will not check you, but if somebody sues you for it and finds out that you didn't have the right license, you could be in trouble. So Epic themselves will never check if you have the right license for the amount of money you make. But at the time that you're making a shit ton of money, you know, somebody could audit you. So just spend the few $1,000s that you've likely spent on packs. Just update to professional. Get it over with. It's a pretty nice pack. Nice pack. My reading of the terms, as long as you qualified at the time you bought the personal license, you never need to upgrade once, even once you make more money. Do you mean the personal or professional? Because, you know, if you bought it on the original store, there was only one license. And if you have that, I think it's considered the professional license. I don't know, whatever the terms are, they're very fair. But yeah, if you own them on here, you can use them to your liking. You do not have to give any credit or extra money. And if they increase the price at some later point, you already own it, you don't owe extra money. Pretty sure that you don't have to upgrade from personal to professional as long as you were qualified for personal at the time you bought it. Interesting. Yeah, that will need to be verified. Correct, really. Interesting. So as long as you buy them when you're a poor piece of shit, you will not have to upgrade them later. It doesn't hurt to do so, though. You do have to upgrade if you didn't qualify, though. Oh, like if you were making a lot of money, but you bought the... Whatever. I don't know. Look, if you're making more than $100,000 in revenue for your company, just buy the professional license and save yourself the headache. I'm gonna make my own copy of God of War and change the main character, add an item skin store, and be rich now. This is wonderful news. Yeah, I'm glad we could allow you to see your dream come to fruition. Jason Sunday. Godspeed to you, sir. This is the one case where it would be great to... Let me go back here. Maybe I can force this info through. As we return the ingredient knowledge amount, I kind of want to return the max knowledge too. Ingredient Max knowledge array. Not entirely correct. I don't think you can use it on a new project. If you have a successful studio, then you would need to upgrade. Yeah, I mean, better safe than sorry. If at that point, if you're making that much money as a company, just make sure to keep a list of all the asset packs that you're using in the project and upgrade to the professional license. If you have that much money to throw around, you likely have enough to throw another 10K at buying any asset packs that you have. If you're even using that much at that point. And it's in the past 12 months, so if you're a small indie studio, there's very little chance that you're making that much, but worst case, just pay it. But yeah, Fab is nice. Fab is cool. And it's nice to know that everything you get off of there is a, you know, a good license in that case. I don't like this function, but I'm already too invested in it that I'm just not gonna fix it. Welcome to prototyping. I think if someone could make one of those engines have the smooth gunplay of Destiny 2, they'd have a hit. Destiny 2 feels good to shoot weapons, and I think that is what keeps people hooked onto that game. The other setups aren't so great monetarily or content-wise. I think people are kind of getting tired of shooters. I'm gonna be honest. I think especially ARPGs are starting to lose a lot of value. Especially ones with like just generic sword and board or shooting combat. There's too many of them. And it's not even that they're bad or that you can't make one that feels good. It's just, it's like every single AAA game has to be an ARPG. You see that with PoE 2 not being so great? I'm not a big fan of PoE 2. There's my hot take for the day. You guys know it though if you've been around here. Love PoE 1. PoE 2 in this current state is just not my jam. It doesn't feel good to play. I don't have that feeling of being rewarded. It doesn't fulfill the power fantasy. PoE 1 did take a long time to get good, this is true. And PoE 2 is in early access. So that's why I haven't left like a bad review. Because it's just like, well, I want it to get better. I really do. I love PoE 1. I've spent 3.8 thousand hours in the game. I would like for PoE 2 to be good. Chris Wilson is missing now? What do you mean? What happened to him? He's still in PoE 1, right? I think too many games are trying to focus on a Dark Souls feel. I agree with you. I'm sorry, but Souls-like combat. BG3 is pretty shit in its initial early access also. I'm not a big fan of BG3's story. Memorable. It was memorable. I will say that. Dodge roll in an ARPG. I don't know, they're trying something new, to be fair, and you know what? For some people, for the majority of people, PoE 2 is good. Well, It's going down a little bit, but for the majority of people, it is still good. Just like a console game. To me, it just doesn't feel like an ARPG. It doesn't fulfill the power fantasy need that I am looking for. It's not even difficult from a min-max perspective. It is just difficult from a... Everything can hit you so hard, like in PoE 1 too. You know, that game also has the problem with one-shots, that you need to dodge roll behind them. So dodge roll, attack, dodge roll, attack, dodge roll, attack. Oh, you got some power? Next map, power's gone. The feeling of power progression in PoE 2 is not good. The game with a good feeling of power progression, in my opinion, Last Epoch. Good game. And it's getting better too. This game is also getting a lot better. Rough launch, but good power progression. Yeah, they do have a new season. I might check that out on my own time. But it felt like every single upgrade and skill point that you get in Last Epoch has some noticeable effect on your build, because they give you fewer points, and so then they can, you know, make buffs more meaningful. And both PoE 1 and PoE 2 suffer from, we're going to give you a shit ton of points so that every point doesn't really feel that useful. GG's releasing a PoE 2 patch at release of Ellie's Last Epoch season. They're starting to act like Blizzard. I think that people that don't like PoE 2 probably are playing Last Epoch and aren't going to play PoE 2. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just love how some designers take care of showing harder content. Oh, let's just increase the health size and yeah, one-shots. I don't think... Here's the problem that I had with PoE 1. PoE 2, sorry. PoE 2. It just starts you off at this difficulty level, and it's a constant level of difficulty. The game does start to get easier a little bit over time, but I'd argue that that's the opposite of what your progression should feel like in an RPG. You should start the game a little bit easier and start to introduce new mechanics and, you know, boss types or enemy types that make the game a little bit harder. That's how PoE 1 is progressing. That's how every ARPG in history has progressed. You have that easier walk where you have enough, you know, you have freedom to build the way you want, to make some mistakes, to try some things, and then you need to lock in. And you need to set in stone your build and min-max it. That's what feels good. That's the power progression. PoE 2 never gave me the ability to try new things because I needed to be good right from the start of the game. And it didn't give me enough currency to make mistakes and to recover from mistakes. Then I had to go back and farm old maps because I couldn't do new content. It's not even that the game was too hard, it's just it was too unforgiving. In PoE 1, Last Epoch, Diablo, Torchlight even, which is, you know, a lot more of a casual ARPG, are much better at this. They give you, you know, freedom to fuck up. And I can go back, like in Last Epoch, I can easily fuck up and I can craft a new piece of gear. No issue. Last Epoch's crafting system is so much better than PoE 1. Yeah, Last Epoch has a really good crafting system. Things with PoE 1, it's not even that big of a game. Casuals quit before they pass the Act 1 boss in most cases. To make PoE 2 feel even worse for a casual gamer was a problem. I agree. Sounds like they don't allow you to do what everyone wants to do in an RPG, and that is power trip to mow down hundreds of enemies at once. Yes. Yes. And it's not that they can't cater to a different subset of ARPG players, which I think PoE 2 does. I am just not part of that market. I like to play ARPGs to have the power fantasy, to min-max my build, to have fun with crafting, to make some really crazy items. And I didn't feel like PoE 2 offered enough freedom, variety, and forgiveness to do that. Torchlight 3 is a great game. I never played Torchlight 3, only Torchlight 1 and 2. Because I heard Torchlight Infinite had some big problems with, like, monetization or something. I understand is the majority of GGG is owned by another company now and Chris Wilson is leaving. That's the grapevine talk. Interesting. I will have to look into that. I'm willing to try PoE 2 again at some point, but not right now. I don't know why I do the resizes. The reason I was going to do the resizes initially was because I was planning to sort and insert as I was sorting, but it was just much easier to do it like this. And now I have a function that is kind of in between both things, but doesn't do either of them fully efficiently. So, you know what? It sounds like a perfect function for a prototype. And a great future talk that I'll have with the lead programmer. What the fuck were you doing here? Like, well, I was trying to do one thing, but then I switched to do another thing, but then I didn't fix the old code to do the new thing. And we're here. We're in this room. Playlist Epoch New Season versus PoE 2 beta upgrade, that's for sure. I'll try both. I'm too much of an ARPG simp, I'll try both. Prefer tactics and strategy rather than just spam buttons and mow the red lawn. What if min-maxing your build was the strategy? Do you prefer the strategy of min-maxing and careful building? Or do you prefer the strategy of careful placement of your character and like Souls-like combat? And if you've played PoE 1 and PoE 2, which do you prefer? Out of curiosity. And then I'll tell you why you're a piece of shit and you're wrong. No. I'm just kidding. You can like what you like. Using abilities in a smart way? I agree. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on Soulframe. I'm curious about it. I also have... I haven't played it in forever. 3,000 hours in Warframe. But the last time I touched this was years ago. I quit around the inclusion of the Venus open world, which was about when I moved to Poland. So I was an old school player. I remember the Gradivis Dilemma, or whatever it was called. Yeah, I like digital extremes. I remember playing games with Rebecca, who is now the creative director, I think. But she used to just pop into games if you invited her. So you could play with the community manager. Pretty cool. They were always pretty nice. I know I played with a couple of the other developers at some point too, because I was part of like a big event clan, tryharding it and shit, so we often got to play with the developers. Pretty cool. Yeah, and I think that for the most part, Warframe, at least when I was playing, was very fair model. You could very easily earn platinum by trading. Okay, what am I doing? I'm getting off topic here. I need to fix this and finish this. Set up closest ingredients. What is our function here? Get ingredients closest to discovering fully. Get ingredients. Hard code it to 5. For each. I will and should set this up to clear the boxes each time we do it. Now I am just a dirty, filthy, old school RuneScape degenerate. And so that's what I'm grinding these days. My condolences. Nah, I like OSRS. I don't know. I had my fun with Warframe, but once I fell out, I stopped keeping up to date with content, and it was harder to catch up because they were releasing shit tons of content all the time. I don't know. I had my fun with it. I don't regret any amount of money that I spent on Warframe or the amount of time that I spent, but I moved on. And PoE 1 was kind of the same way. Get a gander at Albion. I don't think I've ever played Albion. Nowadays for me, I'm getting closer to maxing my OSRS account. Then I'll do like some raids grinds, and then I might take a break from that too. But I haven't maxed my account yet, so... But I'm getting close. Getting closer. Everyone's moved to Unity. Their networking backend is custom, but overall it's impressive seeing everyone on the same server, no problems. Genshin is made with Unity too. I was kind of surprised when I learned that. I'm like, really? Genshin? They've done a damn good job with the engine though. Sucks that the game is really pay to win, but it is a fun game. Oops, I don't need any output on this. Unity is good, they just scared everyone away. Why use Unity when Unreal puts their costs out easily understandable? Yeah, that was the weirdest thing for me when I was... When they did the math, the Unity for, I think for both smaller and bigger creators, or maybe it was better for smaller, the Unity terms were better than the Unreal terms. For monetization, but because the Unreal terms are just like easily understandable in 2 sentences, you know, I'm gonna go with the side that is easier to understand, which was just pay us this amount if you make over this amount of money. That's it. Only people scared away from Unity mostly are those that are just hobbyists anyway. Well, then you went to Godot, but then you got, you know, you would get banned from the Discord for your political opinions or something. What was it for? What was the issue with Godot again? What was the community manager doing? I kind of forget what it was. Paper install would have crippled a lot of new devs. It's kind of just stupid. Yeah, whatever it was, paper install was really dumb, and even when they fixed it, it was still just really hard to understand. When Unreal monetization terms. Like, it's just right here, and it's so very simple to understand. 5% royalty is due when the lifetime gross revenue from that product exceeds 1 million USD. No royalties are due on the first 1 million in lifetime gross product revenue. That's it. That's all I have to read. I don't have to do some crazy math. I can see gross revenue, 1 million, 5% royalty. Godot is owned by Sweet. Is Godot is owned by Sweet Baby Inc? No, it's not. Oh, you're just memeing? If your company makes more than 1 million, you need to buy seats. Well, for Unreal, you don't need to buy seats, and it is on gross revenue. And it's only 5%. And then Steam, you know, Steam takes 30%. I thought that they reduced the... Do they still have the percentage that of... No, here... Okay, so if you release an Unreal game on the Epic Store, you do not have to pay any more than the 5%, but if it's a non-Unreal game, you pay 12%. Right? It said that on the facts page? But was that for game developers or for other companies? Because there were two sections. For other companies, non-game developers, and other... So this is for game developers and other users distributing applications that incorporate Unreal Engine code at runtime, such as a game. This is for other companies like movie producers and shit. This is the Unreal subscription seats. So for us in chat, this is what applies to us. It's 1 mil per title, not that your company makes more. Yeah, and it's per title, too. That's a good point, Twitch Dog, is that it's per title. So if you make a new game and it does horribly, you don't have to pay anything for that. Well, still try to say Blender is better than 3ds Max for modeling. They say it's just as good as Maya for animation and rigging. It's getting better. And it's what exceeds the 1 mil. Hey, Grushi. How you doing? Yeah, you're right. To note, it is the gross revenue after you make 1 mil. Hey, Acris, where did you learn Unreal? I just learned it on my own. Hi guys. I'm pretty late streaming today, but I want to finish up this, at least making this, and then tomorrow we can set up the inputs for showing it and not showing it. I'm getting hungry. Okay, set percent and set text. What's a favorite Polish food you like? Bigos is pretty great. Pierogi are, great, but everybody says pierogi. Wazanki's fantastic. Goulash, but that's more like Hungarian, but it's same area. Horses YouTube, not really either. And how long did you use it for? Over 10 years. I've been using it since Unreal. I started to try and learn UDK. Ironically, right around this time that I started to try and learn UDK, Unreal Engine 4 released. And I immediately went for it. Back when you had to pay money. I feel like that this guy looks a bit like the actor who played Freddy from iCarly. What a throwback. How much did UE4 cost? I think it was like $30 or $40 a month. But then they removed that after like the first 3 months, and they refunded people. But it might have been only partial, and they gave you credit for the store, which was fine for me because I didn't care. But after that point, it was free. Why are farts still expensive? Well, because you don't watch enough, Huge Cookie. Watch more, fart more. Heard some people are staying on UE4 over 5 because it runs smoother. Yeah, in some cases, because what they did with 4.27 is they got rid of, after 4.27, they got rid of PhysX and replaced it with Chaos, which is still, in my opinion, not as good as PhysX. And they don't have Nanite and Lumen. Now, Nanite is a fixed cost, but scales near infinitely. Lumen is the expensive thing, and that is what is still being optimized. If that makes sense. But eventually GPUs will catch up and they will run Unreal Engine 5 just as well. I think Unreal 5 just came out too soon, and Nanite and Lumen weren't properly optimized beforehand. But that kind of happens with a lot of Unreal's features. They push them out in beta, barely working unoptimized state, and then they fix that over the next 3 engine versions. 4.27 is best for performance. Yeah, it is very good for performance, but you are lacking in some of the newer technology and features. But plenty of amazing games have been made on Unreal 4.27. Even if Nani's gray textures are still an issue, right? That is one of the most expensive things. Yeah, textures have not been fixed. If you want to have a game with a bunch of 4K textures, it's still going to be expensive. I'd assume most starter game devs don't need to use latest features. Yes, but also the games that you make as a starter developer will not be significant enough that you should be fucking over people's computers with it. Even me using hard references like Candy in my game, I'm only taking up like 5 gigabytes of RAM maximum. The biggest issue is just GPU performance, but that's partly because of how I built the world, which you shouldn't do. But yeah, UE5 has better performance for world partitioning. Or whatever they call it right now. I don't remember what they call it. I hope you do get back into it. Racing Sunday. I do indeed. I'm gonna reach a level in UE5 where I can program stuff without going to docs for YouTube. How long did that take you? With C++ or with blueprints? It's your children both? Many years. And I wouldn't say that looking at documentation is bad. Even, you know, programmers with 20, 30 years of experience will still have to look at documentation. We'll still have to look at how things are done. Because there's an infinite number of possibilities of things that could happen, or, you know, some new technology comes out and they don't understand it, right? So, but if you want to get to a point where you can program without most of the time looking at things, it's going to be quite a few years. Especially if you do C++ and blueprints, because I think that they are both very different ways to learn how to work with Unreal. They're both their own little special art forms. I think the idea is to make custom C++ classes and access them with blueprints. It's not either BP or C++, it's both meshed together. Yes, that is the way that Unreal recommends it, and that is the correct way to do it. But if you're working solo, you should, you know, do what you need to do. But if you're working in a professional company, you would want to do most things in C++, smaller things in blueprints that your artists and designers can do to not waste time of your programmers. Otherwise, your artists and programmers are not being efficient, or your artists and designers aren't being efficient in the way that you do 100% of things in code, but if you're doing everything in blueprint, your programmers aren't being as efficient. Using AI for coding can make you faster, but starting out with AI can be bad. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend AI coding. Kind of hate visual scripting and more into working with code. Become a coder then. I think at the very least, if you're planning to be a solo or hobbyist developer, you don't have to learn blueprints. But if you want to be a professional coder, you should learn blueprints, because you will be making blueprints for and debugging blueprints of designers and artists. Of course, if I say make a whole commercial game in blueprint or selling snake oil to make games, you'd have to learn how to code. It is what it is. You can make small commercial games entirely in blueprint. And you can and you should in some cases, but blueprinting is just, it is coding. It just has downsides compared to traditional coding. It has upsides too, but it has downsides. Yeah, it is actual code behind the scenes, but it is harder to organize. It can't merge well if you're working in teams. It's very easy to get messy and not lay good foundations. It's great for prototyping. The spiderweb visually, yeah. I mean, sometimes you can't avoid spaghetti, or if you want to avoid spaghetti, it's a little bit harder. But it is useful. It is good. Maybe it can be rephrased to this, Chasing Sunday. If anybody tells you not to use blueprints or to only use blueprints, you are being fed snake oil. The editor gets slower when you have a really big blueprint graph in one blueprint file? Yes, because this is, Unreal Engine is itself running in its own engine. It's weird to say. These are slate objects, and if you have a lot of blueprints, you're actually rendering widgets to your screen. And the more of those you have, the more messy, the worse it can run. Now, these are not updating every tick, so, you know, thankfully you're not losing out there, but it does impact performance a little bit. When I saw BP never teach people good coding practices, which is what makes most games run bad. I think BP can teach you good coding practices. You can just get away with really bad coding practices. Had a YouTuber tell me to use Love 2D for my next commercial success. It's a tool. It is one method of programming your game. And just as there are bad coding practices, there are bad blueprinting practices. And you can make a game with bad coding practices, you can make a game with bad blueprinting practices. The same caveats, the same pitfalls exist in both. They just take different forms, I would say. When I checked courses in most tutorials, they never do, because sometimes tutorials teach you the easiest way to start with, which is not always the best way. And they don't often tell you why you can do something sometimes or why you shouldn't do some things other times. They will tell you, stay away from casting nodes, but never tell you why and why it's perfectly okay to use casting nodes. And when you shouldn't use casting nodes. And that's where most people will go to learn. Yeah, I agree with you. I meant slow as in editing on the editor, like zooming, dragging. No, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I might have a good example. It's hard to like gauge editor performance. You don't see FPS when you don't see FPS when you're in there. Let's just say that this is being rendered in the same way that the game would then render it too. So if it can get really slow here, just, you know, it depends. Yeah, the BP nodes, think of it as a mini game, and those need to be rendered as well. The other day, my friend was using Branch and Blueprint, talking about how he hates if statements. Oh boy. Hold on, maybe I do need to hook up the inputs for this. It's already late, it's already like 5 p.m. I will just force it to spawn and then we will test it more tomorrow. I need to do like a random. Okay, I will just make it appear once when you press a button. We will set up a scenario. I'll just hard code it. I don't like leaving this unfinished. Okay, I'll just be really hard coded about it. It's a prototype anyway, just needs to work. Well, I mean, I'll be getting to it tomorrow. So what I don't like is having to leave things over the weekend because I will forget. But the very next day, I will remember. So we're just gonna go super hardcore, old school. Not even an enhanced input action. Ugh. It's fine. Prototype. I will just create the widget on startup. Bucket. Look at this. Look at this mess. You see it? Do you know why I do it? Because it works. You know what? I'll put it in the main game HUD. That's not a good idea. I'll just make it separately. That's right. Watch this shit. You see it? It's being done. You can't stop it. Can't stop, won't stop. What was this called? Discovery. U objects are hashed anyway, so whatever. I don't really care if it's always loaded. Here, I'll at least do a validation. We have so much debugging random bullshit that I just need to spend one day organizing and fixing and moving some of this over to like a cheat menu. I need to add that to the Docker. We need to work on a cheat menu so that we stop doing, me and Kotspur stop doing this. It's starting to get out of hand. One day I can fix it all though. App Store I just saw that has free assets on sale. Turns out you can drop down and click professional and it's free too on some of those. Yes. Yep. And every 2 weeks they change the free assets that are available that you see here on the front page. Limited time free. You get these, you own them forever. So make sure you get these, select professional, purchase, and you're good to go. I don't think I have like a setup. Just call it an event, whatever, just set up widget. Watch this. It's ugly, it's dirty, it'll work. We never look at it again. Fine. We need it to be visible first. No, because we should be able to run the function even if it's collapsed. Let me set to visible. What I do need to do as well is set up a function for easily handling the inputs and mapping context of the player when we need it to. I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stuff in my backlog, but you know, making improvements like that does not make my game faster. It just makes it easier to develop a prototype that will be discarded eventually anyway. Wish there was a bot that automatically redeemed the free assets. There used to be one that allowed you to redeem the Quixel mega scans back when they were 100% free. We'll fix this tomorrow. We'll fix this tomorrow. Oop, not that. We'll make it a whole lot better. Well, this will allow me to open it up once and just check if it's working. All will be repaired tomorrow with proper inputs. Oh, I know the issue with that. I know the issue with that one. Where's the ingredient amount? I meant to update this. And then ingredient amount is ingredient ID. Get ingredient amount. Oops. Set text. Five is too much. I'm gonna, lower that a bit or just throw them in scale boxes to make it easy. Whatever works. The important thing is whether or not the information is actually correct. So let me go pick some stuff up and we'll see if it works. Two out of 10, 1 out of 10. Is that correct? Is that the right number? They both have 10 amounts. I thought that one of them had 9. 3. Oh no, they are both 10. Okay. Yeah, 11 is the maximum info that can be obtained for a single ingredient. Let me find one with fewer. That's 11. Or that's 10, sorry. Wheat is 10. 10. 10. That'll be 11. And that'll be 9. I think I ate the wrong thing. But I think it is showing correctly. Let me cheat some ingredients. Fully learn this, or everything but one. Go. Let's fully learn Toadstool. Ignore the flashing. It's a byproduct of some unfortunate code that functions. That's the important thing. It shows 10, but I don't think that number is correct. It's also not even showing for those either. But I know that it's using the right maximum for the division. Is it not setting the right maximum? Current max. Are we sending it the right one? Current and max. Max knowledge. Wrong one. That's why it was only affecting that, not the actual calculation. Okay. Give it a sec so I don't have to look at those. 9, 2. Okay. Yep, that's better. Putting the right numbers there too. And it shows that we know 1, and we're partially to the way towards 5, which would unlock 3 ingredients. Okay, so we will finish this up tomorrow. We'll fix up some of the problems that we have, get everything scaled in there properly, fitting in the boxes. We can even do like a scroll box if we really need to. I don't think we'll need to though. We just need to change how this panel looks, or move it up a bit. So we'll do that tomorrow. And then do the second thing that I wanted to do today, tomorrow as well. But this is a good start. This is a good start. We do have it functioning. We have some of the nastier functions out of the way. And at the very least, this will be some pretty easy progression that we can add to the prototype. But there's a lot of things that we need to fix up. We need to hide the combat HUD, the crosshair. We need to put this into proper inputs. A lot of things. So tomorrow will be another day where we finish this, do the seasonal data layer hiding whatever thing that we have planned, and then we can start to finish up on the progression stuff. But this is a good start. I think it's kind of nice, whatever it is. A good start. That's what I'll call it. Alright guys, thank you for coming out today. Thank you for all the follows today. I will see you tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles at the same time, 9 a.m. Central European Time, until, well, Today was an hour later than usual. But either way, we will do another full 7 to 8 hour stream tomorrow. Get this finished up and then move on. Thank you guys for coming out today. Have a nice rest of your Tuesday. Bye-bye. Cheers. See you guys. Oh, oh, oh.